playing with my brother, having a great locker room here with all my other teammates, and being in the great city of Bloomington.
So he is very confident. He has to be a little intimidating.
Said,
I mean, was he intimidating the first time you guys
has correctly joined the channel.
I would say, yeah, I mean, he could be a little intimidating to the outside eye, but he does really care about this football team, cares about the development of the football team, and cares about the standard of the football team. So for all those things, he doesn't take a day off, which is extremely motivating to see as a player. To see a coach who every single day watches a ton of film, really upholds the standard, and is making sure our team is the best that it could be.
He does seem to watch a lot of film. That was something that he was talking about, all these different cut-ups. I mean, it seems like he was probably already familiar with your play because he watches everyone, not just the Big Ten. Was he giving like specific feedback on specific plays you had? Like, was he secretly part of the Calgorithm?
I wouldn't say he's secretly part of the Calgorithm. However, I'd say once I got here, plays that he's seen in the past that I've ran at Cal and we've executed well as a Cal offense, we have implemented here at Bloomington. So that's something that combining both offenses.
He's not like just like some fucking
from Cal that have done well, put them in the offense, sprinkle them into already a fantastic offense. I believe they were, I mean, a top 1, top 2 offense last year. The nation, Indiana was. So to grab a couple of those plays that executed really well at Cal, sprinkle them in Indiana is only going to elevate us.
Is there pressure coming in off of the season like they just had? Obviously getting to the college football playoff, but like you said, I mean, they were one of the best offenses in the country, and now it's your turn to take care of it.
Yeah.
Right now, I am listening to Fernando Mendoza. My bad. I'll turn that down. All right. Open your game in your browser. I gotta get up to the drone appears again. Okay. Yeah. So I'm in a spot where the game freezes. Not here. Where we at? All right. I gotta get up to wave 10 and see if the boss freezes the game again.
Add Stream Elements. Said. Stream Elements bot running robot face. Learn how to customize the bot here. https://docs.streamelements.com. Add it's me nk.x. Said. Like done. Smiley face.
Nice, appreciate it, brother. So this is all like AI generated, right? Like I give the prompts up and AI helps code this for me, right? Like I don't know how to code, right? But since AI starts doing it, like first I was skeptical, then I started seeing videos. I'm like, no way, I got ideas, you know? So yeah, man, bring your ideas to life with AI. Alright, I can get the laser, speed boost, health, and we're good. So the laser was so OP, I just had it on. I made it, oh shit, semi-auto, so you like, so you have to like click every time to shoot it, and then if you click too much, it overheats, right? You see that little bar on the bottom? If I get it to red, it stops. Because it's so OP, dude. And then the stuff that dropped used to just stay, right? Like for the next wave. Now I have it so it like despawns at the end of the wave. You gotta collect the loot. Ah! No! Alright, yep. Overheated. Oh! And I need to make them like just swing, right? So they have like a more area damage. Because what it is right now is like they crowd you, and then they'll. Oh, I should give them like a block. I can't run through them. I have to run around them. Ooh, that's what we're gonna do. Hold on. On another one, right here. Hey, make it so I can't go through. I'm like, how could I not write this? Through the grunts. Make them walls. Grunts. So they can push you, trap you, and beat the shit out of you. Alright, let's go back. Yeah, why am I not getting? There we go. I think I already had health. That was waste. I should have like the thing pop up, right? A little. I think I'm good. Overheated. Yeah, that shouldn't happen. Yeah, get some health. That's annoying that I have to get all the way to level 10 to see if my game freezes or not. But you know what? Yeah, I want this game to be good, right?
At voice.v3b said, yo.
What's Gucci mine? Alright, wave 10. Let's see if the boss here doesn't freeze. Doesn't break me. Break me. The beat of the game helps with not overheating the laser. Oh, sweet. Froze the game. Still froze it. Alright. Hold on. Yeah, we're gonna keep that. And then we're gonna go back to the debug and then mark as fixed. Nope. Observe when the enemy rotates to face the player. Verify the game no longer freezes when the enemies rotate. I mean, so the debug will show the last operation before the freeze. Still freezes. Was Gucci man? let's get back to
I see it as a great opportunity. I'm extremely grateful to be able to play for such an amazing offense. But at the same time, I realized I was brought in here to do a job. I believe in myself, and I'm confident in myself that I can do that job to the best of my ability. And then
I'm pretty sure we're going to go with this kid, CJ Carr,
all the teammates and all the coaching staff back to the college football playoff.
You mentioned that one of the things you were looking for when you came into the portal was for a place that can help you get pro ready. And the way that this offense runs certainly has that. I mean, you're going to be in the pocket more, going through progressions. How much is that going to challenge you to become a more well-rounded quarterback?
Becoming a well-rounded quarterback is so valuable in today's day and game, especially when you're looking to go to the draft.
Yeah, I don't know how to coach, so I just say yes to everything, right? Like, I'm like, yeah, dude,
however,
you did it, bro.
Has so many different aspects of the game, and they
I'm just the guy with a good idea.
It's a successful offense. I'm able to develop that, and through the first couple of spring practices, there were some growing pains. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you about that. However, now in practice 11 and going all the way through practice 13, those are intricacies and details that I've improved on. And I'm very fortunate to be able to have improved on rather than having that learning curve when I get to the NFL.
So your brother has spent more time with this playbook than you have. So how helpful is that to have when you're, trying to get this crash course?
Yeah, it's extremely helpful as we have a new quarterback coach, Coach Chandler Whitmer, and he's been phenomenal. He's been a blessing to our quarterback room.
Fernando Mendoza's brother younger or
was actually
older?
The only quarterback in our quarterback room now that was a participant of last year's team. So being able to get the crash course of the offense from both of them has been amazing, has increased my knowledge of the game exponentially. I've been processing so much faster. My footwork's been better.
And the younger brother, okay.
So
there could be two of these motherfuckers, bro. Okay.
I've seen a very successful quarterback in Chris Ward operate the system at an extremely high level. And to see that, having Alberto's experience, Coach Whitmer's experience, Coach Shanahan's, and Coach Signetti just makes it a perfect storm.
So he is getting reps, like you saw him at practice. Did you bump him down the depth chart? Like, what was his feeling when he first said, like, yeah, come here, but this might take snaps away from me?
Yeah, so nowadays with Indiana being such a football powerhouse and the transfer portal, it honestly is quite a whirlwind of an entire process and how, especially the quarterback position works nowadays. I believe that I saw a stat that it was around 65% of all starting quarterbacks have transferred at some point. And although you want to be loyal to your school,
I think I should add a toggle for Wade.
I needed to leave Berkeley and leave Cal. My heart still goes out to them and wish them all the best. And I really did love that community. At some point, there's always, you need to go to a different venture. You need to branch out and maybe, push yourself a little more in order to grow a little more. And that might be, and that was a risk that I was willing to take. However, at the same time, Indiana already stated to Alberto that they were going to bring somebody in to be the pronounced starter at the beginning of the year. And I had full confidence that Alberto would be able to compete with anybody. Like, he competes with me. I mean, he has a lot of the better practices than I do, as he's a phenomenal quarterback. But at that moment where it was like going to be somebody else, I was like, might as well just be me. I get the coaching development. I leave. He takes over. It'd just be a great situation.
Yeah, just like Mendoza to Mendoza.
Yeah. So it wasn't like he was gonna be given the job. He obviously, we always need to compete for everything.
Yeah.
I'm still competing with my little brother. We're going back and forth. The starting quarterback has not been announced. But it was either myself or somebody else for that position.
Do you ever think back to when you're being recruited and just the idea, like, you might have gone to an Ivy League school, like, just to go from all of that to now the Big Ten and a team that just played in the college football playoff?
It's crazy, and I'm extremely large in my faith, and so is my family, and my mom and dad have instilled in me. And it truly is absurd to feel that if Cal hadn't come calling, I would be at an Ivy League school, and how different my life would have been. Maybe I wouldn't even play football anymore. Maybe I would be in banking or whatever, a lot of the kids do at Yale. So to have both those opportunities, Yale and Cal, I'm extremely grateful for, and I'm just really trusting in God's plan for me. So.
Growing up in Miami, was the dream to play for Miami, to be a Hurricane?
Yes, the dream was to play for Miami as a Hurricane. And once I entered the transfer portal, Miami was recruiting me. However, it didn't work out on both parties. However, I do wish Coach Cristobal and the Miami staff the best of luck this season, as they are phenomenal people. Coach Cristobal is also a fellow Cuban. He also went to our high school, Christopher Columbus, So there's a lot of ties there, and he's a phenomenal human being. However, it just didn't end up working out, especially with timing, as Indiana's season got finished a little earlier than Miami's, because Miami had a very late bowl game and kind of the whole sense of it. But it was always a dream. I actually live on the U-Miami campus.
At voice.v3b
I could walk to their
said,
to the practice
what
field
updates
pretty
did you
easily.
make?
I'd say it's a 5-minute walk.
Yeah,
that.
so
And yeah.
I added a
There's not a
couple
lot of
perks.
Cuban college football players.
I added new
much of a point of
monsters.
pride is that?
Yeah,
Right,
it's
right
a
now I'm
huge point of
actually
pride, and
trying to get to
all my
level
grandparents, born
10
and raised in
because
Cuba, 3 in Havana,
the
1 in
monster at level
Santiago.
10 is like
And
freezing
so
the
I'm
game.
extremely grateful
right?
for all the hardship that they've been through coming over and the whole part of being an immigrant and starting from the ground up and really laying a foundation. So myself,
Oh, and then
my
I also
brothers,
made the
my
grunts that
cousins,
you
we
can't
all
walk
have
past them
very
for like
fulfilled
walls,
and
right? Like so they can
opportunistic
like
life. So,
trap you if you're not
it's extremely
fucking.
cool. And I know there's some other
paying
Cuban
attention.
players out there, like the Kentucky quarterback,
can't
Zach
just do-
Calzada.
You can't just
And
like
so
walk
that
through
is
them
extremely
like these
cool to
guys.
see, and look forward to putting on for the Hispanic community.
Oh yeah, and this
I know
guy
you've been
stuns
to
you now.
Cuba, and I know it was kind of a transformative
If you
trip.
get too
Can
close,
you
he
tell me about
stuns
it?
you.
Yeah, so my grandfather is extremely engulfed in history, our family's history. He always sent us emails, texts. I mean, he's the best about our family's history. And so we actually took a trip back to Cuba, my grandfather and Alberto and I. And we went back, we saw some cousins who ended up staying in Cuba and just saw the community as a whole. And it was a very transformative experience. Cuba is a beautiful country, beautiful nation. However, right now it's, I mean, I would say it's under some growing pains, to put it lightly, and not to get.
Oh yeah, and then I nursed the laser as well.
But yeah, no, it was really cool to see. It was very transformative, and it really showed my brother and I how grateful we are for the opportunity that our grandparents took a risk coming to the United States, as they were extremely comfortable in Cuba, similar to how I was very comfortable in Cal, taking the risk to Indiana. I mean, it could pay off. I could look back and be like, oh well, maybe I should have stayed over there with the Cal algorithm. But it was a risk that my grandparents and I were both willing to take, and both extremely grateful for, and both looking forward.
So your grandparents had mango trees in their backyard when you guys were growing up. So tell me a little bit about this, because it sounds like you and your brother were entrepreneurs.
Yeah. So my brother and I, we always hung out together, and at that point, there wasn't much technology. I would say it was the Wii was out, and so that was the big thing. But at a certain point in time, my parents cut us off. They're like, you only get an hour a day on weekends and stuff like that. So we needed something to do with our free time. And we actually have a mango tree in our backyard, and our grandparents have a mango tree in their backyard as well. And we live on the same block. So a couple
Yeah, this
houses
thing's
over,
OP,
and it's their
bro.
house.
You get
We
it
also
so
had a couple
early
other
too.
neighbors
Like
who also have mango trees that we're essentially like family friends with, or they say in Cuba, Cuban cousins with. So my brother and I, we respectfully asked my grandparents, the neighbors, our parents if we can take the mangoes. Like, yeah, sure, 'cause there's so many mangoes during that summer mango season.
Hope it works on
And at
mobile.
some point, you could only take
Oh,
so
yeah,
much
it
mango
works.
before they go
I actually
rotten.
dropped
And
the
I think
go
they just
to
want-
the hippie house
just
and
when
on
Alberto
General.
and I were sixth
My
grade,
bad,
we
I
were
didn't
like,
tell
these
you.
kids can have it.
Go on General
So we
and I
got
put
our-
the
got a little
standalone
wagon,
right there.
We go around door to door sales, and just we'd be like, oh, who wants to go?
But
"Ah, take
it's
this
like-
house." You take the next house, and so
It's not
they would
the
always
fully
go door-to-door
updated one yet, I
sales
guess.
saying, hey, we have better prices than Publix, better prices than Kroger's, all other
But it's good.
supermarkets.
It plays
We're
good.
here right now.
It doesn't have the mods. It
Give you a
doesn't
deal,
freeze.
we just need cash.
Did
So,
people buy them?
people did buy it. People did buy them, and I wouldn't say we made a lot of money, especially if we didn't have a business license. So IRS, please don't come after us. But it was a fun experience. It was a fun experience, and I think that it definitely developed our character
Like, it
a
doesn't
little
have these
bit,
abilities, but these
and
abilities
got us
aren't
into
really
that
working right now.
Overcoming the flinch. Overcoming the flinch of, hey, we want to go in the cold tub. It's not great. We want to take a cold shower. It's not great. All right, let's just do it.
I'm good with
Not like a
health.
bad, let's just do it, but
What, just in
might be a
case.
little scary at first. The jump from Cal to Indiana might be a little scary for first. Miami to Cal might be a little scary at first, but just go all in and see what it gives you.
It seems like family is such an important piece of all of this to you, and obviously now with your brother here. Tell me a little bit about your mom
So you would
and
do
all of the different
perfect
ways that you
for
try
the
to raise awareness, but also make it clear how important and what a rock she's been for you.
Yeah, so my mom's a stud. And my dad and my mom were both collegiate athletes. My dad rowed at the University of Brown, and my mom was a tennis player at the University of Miami. So she was an amazing athlete, and after she modeled, and then she came down with a disease, multiple sclerosis, which is essentially a paralysis or nervous system disease. And so that's been a hurdle to overcome as a family, but having her and seeing her light, her positivity has been my role model, all my brother's role models, and has been an inspiration to our entire family. And she's the rock of our family. She's always there. If we need anything, I think my brother and I, we call her 4 times a day. So it is a little absurd, but we talk to her so much. She's always there in our corner. It's like in the boxing ring. We're fighting, throwing a couple punches, get hitting a little bit. We're going to our corner, talking to our mom. All right, we're ready to get back out there. So to have her, such an inspiration in our lives. When I was back at Berkeley, I thought I need to do something for my mom. So I partnered with a local burrito store called La Burrita with my friend Beck O'Kelly. And we created this Mendoza burrito where all the proceeds would go to
Overheated!
National MS Society. And that was a little thing of overcoming the flinch. All right, I don't know if I want to do this. It's a little, screw it, let's make a burrito for my mom. And we did it, and we ended up, the sales actually came in yesterday, and we ended up making over 11 grand. So it was great, and it all goes to National MS Society. And I'm extremely grateful for everybody that participated in it, bought a burrito, and I know that it gave positive light on my mom, which deep down in my heart, I was even more thankful for.
And are there plans or hopes that you'll be able to do something in Bloomington?
Yes, there are hopes. Although I love football, I love getting involved in the community, and that's something I look to do in the future. So that is something that I look forward to doing this season.
So you said both of your parents were college athletes, but it sounds like your youth football career did not start, like this was not preordained, or this was not your destiny necessarily?
Yeah, so to all in fairness, my both parents were collegiate athletes. However, my mom was the athletic one. She played tennis. My dad, rowing crew, which is more on the mental side, especially as you need to have a very strong upper body. And it's more of like a cross-country track sport, like against your own time, rather than really moving out on the field, making juke moves, and really having that hand-eye coordination. So as my youth football career, I was always the third string, second string, as I've been all my career. Actually, Indiana is probably the first place I've ever been one of the top guys in the quarterback room to start off, as my brother and I and Grant Wilson are all the top guys in this quarterback room. So as a kid, I've always been the defensive end, the tight end, the quarterback. My parents, my mom especially, was always like, you want to be like, because I wanted to be a quarterback. She's like, if you want to be a quarterback, you stick to the quarterback. Have that confidence, even though I was terrible. Like, I look back at some point, and the way the 6th graders throw the ball now, even elementary school kids throw the ball now. I mean, I was just launching a grenade every single player, just shot putting the ball. So I definitely came a long way, but to have that confidence instilled from my parents that you could do this. Although I would kind of look at myself and, hey, I might have only completed 3 balls in this entire game. Like, maybe I should switch to tight end or something, was something that was very fulfilling to me, and it comes full circle.
Do you think that path, the fact that, 3rd string, 5th string, whatever it might be, made you the quarterback that you are today? Did it instill the work ethic? Did it instill anything else about how you approach the job?
Yeah, I think you hit the hammer on the nail. I would say the work ethic, the belief, and the point of, my football idol is Tom Brady. And he always said, when he first got in, whenever my opportunity was, I knew I was going to get an opportunity at some point. I want to make the most of my opportunity. And when I was a 3rd string, 2nd stringer, as Tom Brady also said, is when I would go out there for my 2 reps, 3 reps, 4 reps, I'd make those like the Super Bowl.
So
I made sure to make those reps when I was 3rd string, 2nd string, like the Super Bowl. Even though I wouldn't play on game days, even though I'd barely practice, I made sure those reps, I would look for those reps all day in school, and then be like, let's go. I have my 6 reps, I have my 10 reps. So having that and being so engaged with the playbook, being engaged with your work ethic, and really believing in yourself and just doing the extra work and motivating, like, hey, the starter might not be doing this, this, this. Let me do this, this, this. Although he might be more talented than me, at some point, it's going to the work ethic's going to compound, and I'm going to rise to the top and be able to compete at one day at a starting level.
People were really surprised last year when Coach Cignetti promised great things for Indiana football. What's been his message about this coming season? What's he telling you guys, and that we're going to be surprised to see?
Yeah, so to Coach Cignetti, there's no surprise about the success. And that's the standard, and that's what he thinks we're going to do this year, and that's what he knows we're going to do this year. And that is a big reason why I came here, because I really want to win football games. I want to be in the double-digit win category. And that is something that we all know we could do here. We have the team to do it, we have the talent to do it, we have the coaches to do it. So we just got to go out and do it.
Okay. So I don't know if you're still watching, but I gave it a detail of like what happened when it bugged out, and then it's like, okay, then this might be happening. So hopefully it's fixed.
Noah will let that one go out the back of the end zone for the touchback, and they'll bring it out in the pistol. Play fake. Wanted to go long, I think, and all he's going to do is go down.
Relentless. You don't know which four guys are coming, but it's always four with different angles, and this time a twist inside really discombobulated that offense.
Landino's the guy that got home with the sack and a loss of 7. Now they'll go to the ground game and try to get at least that 7 back. Conversion rate. They're going to quick throw. Wide receiver screen to the outside, and they got the first down. Gary Bryant. That's Gary Bryant who just made the catch. He'll settle in on the right side. Noah Whittington, little stutter step, and then bangs his way for positive yardage. The shift on the defensive front for the Ducks. Mendoza going to go on the sideline and got it complete to Surratt.
The big play,
what a
Surratt
fucking
on a
throw.
Back shoulder comeback. Gets real deep, looking for the back shoulder all the way. That was a called play. That wasn't a read.
Radicic kick on the way inside the left upright and good. 1st and 10, Indiana. Across the middle, complete, and Nowakowski, the tight end's got a gain. Mendoza, pocket collapses and down he goes. And it's Amari Washington.
Bray Lynch, number 74 this time. Watch the attack coming right at him. They did blitz the middle linebacker Fetcher that time, but he just got shoved right back into the quarterback.
This is the guy they say is the most freakish athlete on the Oregon team. He weighs about 335 pounds, and he is cat quick.
That is scary. Now let's see if
49-yard line. Good
Oregon
field
gets
position.
aggressive. They are.
And we got a jet sweep going on for DeCorian Moore. And that got about 6. Dante Moore backpedals, fires, got a man there, and it's got him. Malik Benson, touchdown.
Hurry up really bothered the safety on this play, Amari Farrell. Watch him move inside and lose the slot receiver. Bang, he passed him, and Dante Moore does not miss a throw like that.
Now the tailback and the pistol behind Fernando Mendoza. He'll get the carry, and he bangs his way out close to the 30. On the bootleg, Mendoza throws, and he's got the first down out to Omar Cooper.
I mean, everything they do, they're under control. Great fundamentals. Guy wasn't wide open, but he put it right on the face mask against the linebacker that time.
Hoosiers at their own 41-yard line. Black busts off the left side. Kalon Black picks up about 14 yards on that one.
The two running backs, they reloaded running back with Himby and Kalon Black. Look at this quickness inside. Again, at the end of the play, falling forward. That is IU offense. Good job up front by the IU offensive line.
So far this year. Mendoza fires near sideline. Got it complete. First down. And it's Omar Cooper again. Empty backfield now on first down at the 34. Wide out screen, little bubble screen, and backpedaling for another first down is Cooper again. Has covered 52 yards in the last 3.5 minutes. Now it's Himby's turn. And Roman.
And nice play by Braylon.
Mendoza going to take off on his own. He's got the first down and more. Down to the 5-yard line, maybe inside to the 4.
By Mendoza. He kind of won this team over at Iowa. When he ran it down the sideline, they needed the first down and there was no slide. His guys loved that.
He bonked me, bro. Oh wait, no, he died.
We've sunk an enemy destroyer. Torpedoes, direct front.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is the first.
Hemby, touchdown. Roman Hemby in to give the Hoosiers the lead back.
Dylan Thieneman, the free safety, you don't dodge him, you run right over him. Wow. That was a nice blocking up front, ran right at the hole. Good job left side, Carter Smith through Evans. Beautiful drive by Ike.
Talking about former Oregon Ducks. And Whittington, whoa, he's fighting his way for about 7. Or are they going to run a play? They're going to run a play for the one. They got it. And they got more than one for Davison.
And it's their big freshman, Jordan Davison.
And first down for the Ducks. And a big opener for Davison again. And he's still going. Jordan Davison battling and fighting all the way down to the 32-yard line.
And we saw it early against Oklahoma State. It's the emergence of these two true freshman backs for Oregon. Jordan Davison, the power back. We will see Dyer Hill later, number 23, the swift speed back. But look at that run.
Dante Moore loads, goes across the middle to Davison to get some of that yardage back. It's still going to be third down. Lamar on the ground. Moore again flushed out of the pocket. He's not going to get away from that guy.
Watch, this is where they're trying to go with the ball down the field. Again, defended very well by IU. Good fundamental football, nothing easy to throw to. Flushed out of the pocket, as Ness said, and then didn't have a chance really to go downfield and look downfield because that number 4, I promise you.
He'll try from 40 yards away, and he's got it. Kalon Black in the backfield. RPO, a strike to Surratt.
Something's hitting me. What's hitting me?
Dante Moore, the RPO, and a strike to Decorian Moore. And he's got a first down. 3 wide outs to Dante Moore's right. He's going to look to go the other way. He's going to be planted at the 20-yard
This
line.
guy is a playmaker right here. Isaiah Jones. It's number 4 this time. It's number 46. You put on the tape, these 3 inside linebackers just runs over Noah Whittington that time. And out, 3 and out, and 3 and out.
Mendoza, here comes the heat. Throws to the outside, throws a strike complete. Elijah Surratt. Surratt's got a first down.
1-on-1 to the outside. They've thrown that back shoulder. This time they just run an out route to the outside. He didn't go deep. He had man-to-man. Alea, number 3, had him and didn't get him.
Catch in 44 straight football games. This one's a little high, and what a grab. One-hander by Cooper, and Cooper's got a first down.
Not only does he make a great catch on the RPO throw like that, then he spins out of it and gets 5 more yards. What a play by Amari Cooper. Look at that.
Got away from that guy and then ran over Thieneman.
Nowakowski.
Moore pulls it out, throws it out to Lamar, and he got about 4. Keep it on the ground. Davison again blasts through for the first down run. Lamar's in there right now, and he'll get this carry. And he's got 6 or 7. Jay Lamar, another first down. Kenyon Sadiq's been quiet today. Throw complete. First down and then some. Gary Bryant.
Yard pass for a big play.
Turns into 18 yards. Now Moore thrown out of self-defense. Got it to DeGorian Moore. He's got another first down. And he's still going.
And this one was thrown just as he let the ball go. Almost a sack on the play late from Boykin, number 12 for IU.
On the ground, Davison got it back to the 20.
We have something cool here. What you're looking at is the new Speediance home gym. This one is called the Gym Monster 2. And look at how
21.
Yeah, those Oregon O-linemen are fucking beasts.
Himby cuts it outside.
Yeah, Indiana
Roman
too.
Himby, and he got about 14 before Thieneman whacked him on the sideline.
They actually stole a field goal late in the half. They
same
came
money for
back
the
with a
upgrade
deep
on the
out route, and they got roughing the passer.
Couple timeouts, 18 seconds to work with. Mendoza fires near side, that's complete.
Yeah, laid out route. They just didn't get the roughing the passer part of it. Still plenty of time. You can throw the ball anywhere on the field. This one is placed perfectly.
Will it be true again this time? Kick on the way. And he got it. Wow, 2 in a row. That one counts.
That is impressive.
Nice to have 2 guys trying to get back into it after that long field goal gave Indiana the lead. And that's a good way to start. Bale Alexander has got Himby all wrapped up. And then first down from the 35. Throw complete. Kenyon Sadiq, just as Gary called it, picks up 10 on the first down. And it's a jet sweep. DeGorian Moore got across midfield, but that's about it.
Not surprised. I've been in those locker rooms at halftime. Ayuk is complete their third linebacker in the game. They love him in the football game.
Moore trying to buy himself some time, and going to be taken out of bounds, losing the football, and a penalty marker down. Quick throw, wide out screen.
That was so
To midfield,
gangster.
that's about it.
Give me a guess right here. Came and ducked under this play and made it again.
This guy's not used to punting this many times, and he's not going to. Well, he finally did. And this might be a beauty. Down around the 2-yard line.
He wasn't going to let him finish off the play. Good fundamentals by IU, and then the kick is perfectly executed. If it was a fake, it ended up being down by Thieneman right there on the 1 or 2 yard line.
So one good thing about an Aussie punter, he can punt late and still get it 48 yards to the 2-yard line, just like they drew it up.
And running back.
Hill and David.
Ah!
There. One leading the way for the other.
I think it's when the attack happens, actually.
Hill didn't get a block and only found a tackle.
But when you have 3 playmakers like this Indiana defense has, you're not feeling bad. They usually put
Almost
46
thinking.
to the wide side of the field, and he makes another good play.
Freeze.
4th down's been their friend this season so far,
the
and it still is. First down thrown at Jeremiah McClellan. Davison,
See the drone move.
and Davison still going.
Then
Got
the
to the 20.
attack animation happened.
Extra
and
man on the rush that throws across the middle, short of the first down. And Davison forward progress. I think he's going to be about 2 yards short. And it's It's up and good.
And IU went defensive safe. They didn't even try to rush the kicker there. They were going, we'll concede 3 points.
On the RPO, the throw is complete. And Canada makes the play on Omar Cooper. He'll set his tailback behind him on 2nd down and 5 and give it off to him. And the ball came out. The tackle made by Tuioti. Mendoza is going to quarterback draw it for the first down and then some. We approach 4.5 minutes at the 47 of the Ducks. Roman Himby. Himby found a gap on the right side, tripped himself up, but he got 8 out of it. Mendoza comes up firing on 2nd and short and gets it to Surratt. Another catch for Elijah.
Ironically, you have to have a bigger arm in college than you do in the pros.
Here comes an end around. Whoops. Slipping and going down, courtesy of Tuioti.
It's exactly. Don't get blocked, okay? Make yourself available. Catch the block. Be ready. Take it on with your inside shoulder. Throw him up. Oh, that is good football.
Wow, I guess.
What a beast.
Nowakowski is trying to block him, and Mendoza scanning the field, throws out to Himby. Got away. Got a first down and more. All the way to the 10.
2 really good things here. Watch the offensive line. Give him a pocket as he goes. Mendoza from the left side all the way back to the right side and catches his running back out there for a check down. Roman Himby, he's a tough tackle. Remember at Maryland.
Full backfield. Himby, touchdown. 2nd time today. This one from 2 yards out.
Power to the right. Everything. 2 tight ends in the game. Takes it on, and Himby scores the 2nd touchdown of the game. Standing.
Still a lot of football left for the Ducks, and it's Noah Whittington outside the 30-yard line.
One thing's got nuts, but it was a training he's been doing since he was 10 years old to maintain composure.
And he's some of that training with a quarterback sneak just got him a first down. 2nd down and 10. And it's Hill, and he's not going anywhere. Lost a yard, maybe 2.
They guessed run, and they were right. They got their run defense in there, the safety's up, all 3 linebackers, and they make the play. This time it's Hardy.
3rd down hasn't been good on 3rd and long today for Oregon. Heavy pressure on Moore, and down he goes. And it was Kellen Wyatt.
Unblockable to one side, but he bails on the play. And then they go the other way on it and make the sack. Beautiful call, nice defensive setup.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix. Now this whole flow is a conversation, so your words actually build your website. I'm going for a store. And after a free-flowing conversation, I get this detailed site brief. And just like that, my first draft is ready.
Mendoza throws off his back foot.
Ooh, picked off.
Mendoza. Mendoza throws off his back foot.
What a beast. Mendoza ran him down.
Throws off his back foot. It's intercepted. Picked off by the Ducks, and it's Brandon Finney, the freshman, touchdown.
Coming right across the umpire right here, but the back foot throw, he did not get his butt into that throw, and it hung.
Wow, he's fast.
Did not get across
he goes around the ref.
Here, but the back foot throw, he did not get his butt into that throw.
What a beast.
And it hung, and Finney, who
we gotta keep an eye on him.
Mendoza, quick slant, a little bit behind the receiver, but he got the first down.
Good job.
Omar Cooper again.
Yeah, I'm watching 4 now. That fool's a beast. Okay.
Throws complete. Got it to Surratt. First down, and then a little bit more.
What a route.
Surratt with the motion man on that play.
Ooh,
and now
come
he's
on,
in
Ford.
motion. Surratt's got it 1st and goal.
The snap. Linemen are downfield. Good block that
Never
time.
mind.
inside out by
Ford's
the
very
IU
human.
Braylon. Got the key block.
How big has Elijah Surratt been today? None. Here comes the pressure. Throws to the corner. Touchdown, Surratt.
How's that not a push off?
How about that? They've gone back shoulder throw about 7 times in this game. Ball is halfway there when Surratt turns around. Trust the quarterback. Trust your best player.
Well, nice play.
Really was.
Perfect throw.
There's been a lot of those to the outside by Mendoza in this game.
Another Gary 75-yard drive. He do it in the land of the Ducks here on the home field in the last 6.5 minutes. Moore in trouble immediately, and he has to go down, sacked again.
Through this Oregon offensive line, I think it was Tucker, number 95. It was Tyreek Tucker that put the pressure on and then cleaned up by that IU front four.
From the 21-yard line as we approach 6 minutes remaining. Noah Whittington is the fake. The ball's in the air. It's intercepted by Indiana. Back suffer just their second interceptions of the season. This is a big one here for Moore.
This play action. This is an RPO again by this IU team inside, and I think it was Kamara it was Stephon Daly, number 8, that got it. Stephen Daly, watch him get that hand up, and it's up there in the air.
Play clock down to 3. They just keep giving it to Hemby, and he's not going to get back to the line of scrimmage with that one. And we're at 3 minutes. Up and inside the left upright. Well, whatever magic the offense has and Will Stein, the coordinator, has up their sleeves, they better use it right now. Dante Moore hit as he throws, and it's intercepted. And that is going to be the ball game. They're going to celebrate here in Eugene a little bit longer.
Think about this again. IU stays with their base defense. Those are their playmakers. They've got Fisher and Isaiah Jones in on the game on that play. They drop the other linebacker, and he makes the fundamental play.
Dante Moore had thrown only 1 interception all year, and he's thrown 2 today. So Oregon's going to fall from the ranks up. There's the completion. Kenyon Sadiq takes a long time to hit the turf. Say that 3 years ago. Final play. Dante Moore lofts it down to the end zone and almost caught, incomplete. Wouldn't have mattered as far as the outcome of the game.
Why are you bringing his mama into it? I know. Well, IQ 69. That's why. Get the out of our neighborhood. Get the out of our neighborhood. What's his neighborhood? Out of our neighborhood. Okay, so he can say that, but white people can't say what they say. Get them all out of here. Yeah. You know, just simple boundaries could have prevented.
Did you know you can AFK Bloods and Zaya whilst learning to code in Python? Go to boot.dev. We've known our students to pull it off. Here's how. Monitor 1, code. Monitor 2, level rune crafting. Before you know it, you'll have written thousands of lines of real code and even knocked out that Karamja Elite Diary rune crafting requirement. It's well known that developers make bank and work remotely, but only slightly less well known is that you'll never have to be bored while learning to code these days. No lengthy video lectures required. We won't tell you it'll be easy. It won't be, but it is fun. Even addicting if you love computers and puzzle solving. You won't be alone. Meet Boots, an expert computer scientist, accomplished wizard, and bear. He's an AI built with the most advanced models and trained specifically to gently nudge you and your code in the right...
Sorry, I'm watching this video real quick.
It's crazy, man. Tell me where they stupid racist motherfucker. Say I don't want Muslims here. Say I don't want Muslims here. Say it. Say I want to change the Constitution, and I want to change freedom of religion, and I don't want Muslim Somalis in Minnesota. Kick them out. I was born in this. He's not saying that at all. You are, though. Yeah. Putting words in his mouth. Yeah, I don't have it. I don't care what your religion is. You just got to be compatible with the United States. You got to know these people when they came here. You come from piracy. I mean, how much did we actually? What was going to? Do we actually think there was going to be a productive members of our society? No, I think it's not. I think it's naive to think they were going to assimilate. Yeah, those people are here for one reason and one reason only: is to give Democrats more power. It's their votes. That's why they're here. They know these people ain't going to amount to anything while they're here. You honestly, I cannot even. There's no way in hell that these Democrats in Minnesota, these elected officials, Walsh, Ilhan Omar, y'all didn't know what was going on. Y'all got a bunch of Somalis open up daycare centers. Y'all fund these people hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, there's bureaucracy we can do away with, but y'all don't have any, fail-safes, firewalls in place to prevent this? Yeah.
Wait for the drone. No, let's get back to this.
Something, man. Come on, man. You got all these people, all these foreign immigrants coming to our country from a pirate.
Tranny dick for like told them about Okay, I need to delete that. What's up with my internet? It's like fucking... Alright, I need to not use my... Like it should be for Americans. Yo ho ho. Fear itself. Like he trolling.
At FamousLie05U said, "Bro,
What's up, brother?"
At FamousLie05U said, I hate AI.
You hate AI? It is what it is, bro. I don't know how to code. Like, I didn't take the time to learn how to do it myself, right? You know? And, yeah, I give an idea to AI, and AI does the code for me, bro. Like, I started with a little square and there's little fucking dots, and it built it up to a fucking game, you know? Like, it's pretty dope. Not gonna lie. What wave am I in? Let's just skip it. Fucking wave 2. Yeah, let's skip it. Like there used to be a little dot, and there was no walls, and it was just like a fucking little squares. And these. I was a blue dot, and these were red dots. And then they became like little squares with red different heads, right? You know. And then I'm like, no. Then I gave it like I uploaded pictures, and I'm like, oh, I want to make them look like this. Of course, they gave me this, and I'm like, bro, this is pretty dope. I mean, I feel like if you use AI as a tool instead of a crutch, there's value in it. But yeah, a lot of people just like start throwing out trash, you know what I mean? And like, and yeah, and calling it like, I mean, like, look, check this out. This is music that I made for this game with AI. And then I asked the computer, can you just generate like video game music? And it did. And I'm like, okay, then I don't gotta implement this. And I kind of like the vibe of this music better, to be honest.
At Movie Explanation Hub 007 said, yo bro, what's up?
What's Gucci Movies? Ah. So now you can't walk past these guys. These guys you can. They'll move away from you and whatnot. But the red guys, the grunts, you can't. They'll wall you up. After in creation. I wish I could just go back like one frame. I guess see what's up with my eye. It's fucking irritated. see. Yeah, let me. It was annoying. I gotta do it all over again. But missiles help. I should probably see if I can buy missiles.
This game, you're not ready for it.
This was an El Salvador prison, and this is one now. How does a prison go from being gang-controlled to now a prison where the prisoners themselves are helping to rebuild the country of El Salvador? Today, I am taking you inside of the world's most unconventional and most productive prison in the entire world. Some of these prisoners you will meet.
I can tell you right now, Bukele is reinstilling the pride of their nation back into those fucking gang members, bro. Cause they don't hate their country, right? They're just doing stupid shit, right?
Inside of this video,
Like,
we become
reform
future
them.
engineers, construction workers, carpenters, farmers. These prisoners are quite literally helping to build a better El Salvador. This is all because of President Nayib Bukele's plan called Plan Cero Ocio, which translates to Plan of No Leisure, where prisoners are typically locked away inside of a prison cell serving their time. The prisoners here in El Salvador are working 24/7. El Salvador has gone through a drastic change over the past few years, from being the most dangerous
Make
country
some slaves,
in the world
fuck 'em.
to now the safest country in the Western Hemisphere. I'm going to show you guys a large reason why. We'll be starting off this video going inside of this prison here, and then we'll be going to another prison where nobody has ever actually gone into before. therefore I will be the first person to ever receive access to go to wherever you're going today. Make sure you guys give this video a like and subscribe to the channel. We're on a mission to get to 500,000 subscribers as of right now. And now let's go inside of the prison. Here we go. Let's do this. We entered into the first of the 2 prisons we'll be going inside for this video. Throughout the video, the intensity and the production of the prisons will increase as there are phases to the prison systems here, and be ready for some things you would never expect to see inside of a prison. Now it was time to...
Alright. Listen to some fucking rap. Listen to the homie. R.I.P. the homie. Sorry, Eamon. Stupid. Ah! No. Cause right, that's right when the ring got bigger. Let's see. Go back to the studio. so happy I'm recording this. I should have done this earlier. Checked in. I would have saved myself probably like 40 minutes, 30 minutes. Oh my god. So annoying. Okay, so it's fixing that shit. Alright, cool. Yeah, why wouldn't it? Get get. That's what I'm saying. Wait for the drone to attack. That's so dumb. See these notes. Introduction, license. Okay, I don't need that. Oh, those are the notes. This is the okay. I don't think I need that. All right, sweet. Whatever. Okay, should have for the missile launcher. Perfect. Locker. back because I bought that shit, right? I own it. So now I should be able to go fucking add. Okay, hold on. Unable. So the 40K to buy the rocket launcher in the menu shop, but I could only I can only equip perks. Make it so I can equip the items I buy. Right? Yeah.
To go meet the warden who will be guiding us throughout the first prison, La Esperanza. And what's it like in here?
Aquí el día a día es trabajo en los diferentes talleres que tenemos dentro del centro penal y aprendizaje, o sea, aprender cosas nuevas, cosas que les permitan cuando salgan en libertad poderse desempeñar afuera.
And what's the difference between the prisoners here inside of this prison versus the prisoners that are inside SECAC?
La diferencia es que los que tenemos aquí son internos comunes o han sido colaboradores de forma obligada por las pandillas. No tenemos pandilleros activos aquí, todos los pandilleros activos fueron sacados de este centro penal y llevados al SECOT.
If you do not know what SECOT is, it is a maximum security prison here in El Salvador, where the most dangerous gangsters go to live the rest of their lives without ever seeing the light of sun again. However, in this prison, it is completely different. And so what kind of crime did someone have to commit to be inside of one of these prisons?
Aquí tenemos todo tipo de delitos, pero los más comunes son violaciones, robos, estafas, ese tipo de delitos es lo más común acá.
And how long can somebody be in one of these prisons for? ¿Por cuánto tiempo es el máximo tiempo que uno puede estar aquí?
Hay internos que están condenados para más de 100 años.
Everybody you're going to see inside this video that are not police officers or have a camera inside their hand are all prisoners that are then being put to work. Plan cero ocio literally means plan of no leisure. These prisoners are being put to work 24/7. If they're not eating or sleeping, they're either studying or working here inside El Salvador. So they're prisoners. Ellos son...
Sí, ellos son privados de libertad también, que saben sobre construcción y ahorita están reparando lo que es el piso del parqueo.
And how many people are here inside this prison?
27,800 personas privadas de libertad dentro de estos recintos.
And because these prisoners are always occupied, we entered into the first classroom where they were learning about medical procedures. We have one classroom right here, and then right next door, there's another classroom as well, and these guys are also learning. And so there is literally no leisure inside of the prison.
No tenemos socio. Todo el mundo debe estar ocupado en alguna actividad.
And what's the youngest person and what's the oldest person inside of the jail here?
Tenemos desde los 18 años hasta los 59 años.
Who's the professors? ¿Quién son los profesores?
Son los mismos internos, pero son internos que tienen son médicos o tienen formación relacionada.
Even the teachers that are teaching these classes are also prisoners that are somehow educated enough inside of the field that they're currently teaching in to teach an entire classroom. So this prison is becoming completely autosufficient in how they teach, how they learn, and how they're able to go about their business here with everything that they do. Right here, they're doing a practice here. You can see they have a person on a stretcher. They're doing a practice so that way these people are learning how to become medics if needed eventually. 1, 2, 3. And right now they're undergoing practice. For example, right now, this is a CPR practice they are doing. And they have even Gangman style on the back right now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
¿Estás vivo? Bien, todo bien. Right now they're doing a medical course, and so that was part of the practice was a CPR test. And I think everybody passed. Todos pasaron, ¿cierto?
Claro que sí, ese es el objetivo, enseñarles a salvar vidas y prevenir lesiones.
And before you were here inside of this prison, were you also in the medical field?
Sí, ambos somos médicos. Vemos 3 médicos, enfermeros a cargo del programa de promotores de salud.
And how long have you been inside of this jail for?
2 años con 2 meses.
¿Y cuánto tiempo estará?
6 años.
6 años. ¿Y qué hizo?
Droga.
And now inside of this classroom, they're learning about chemistry here. Inside of each classroom, there's a biometric thing right here that scans each person as they walk into the classroom to make sure they are authorized to come in and that they're not missing any classes. They even keep track of who comes to class and who doesn't. There's absolutely no ditching here inside of the prison. And what was it like here inside El Salvador and in the prison systems here in El Salvador before Nayib Bukele became president?
Antes en este centro penal, lo que ustedes veían en estos muros eran grafitis de pandilla. Era un tráfico increíble de ilícitos, traficaban drogas, traficaban objetos prohibidos dentro del centro penal. Habían bandas que se disputaban aquí adentro del complejo, el control, la venta de drogas. Que en este centro penal hubo muchas masacres, porque las bandas formadas aquí en el interior se disputaban entre ellos el control de los sectores para el tráfico de ilícitos.
Is it true that they used to be able to bring in prostitutes and bring in other women and be able to control their gang operations inside of this jail before Nayib Bukele?
Sí, antes que se implementara el plan cero ocio, de aquí salían órdenes para cometer delitos fuera de la prisión, porque muchos de los líderes de pandillas o líderes de bandas estaban dentro de las cárceles, pero tenían comunicación con el exterior. Entonces por eso el país no era seguro, porque desde las cárceles mandaban órdenes para cometer delitos.
Now we are in Sector 3 of this prison. We are in the construction zone. Even the prisoners helped build this section so that way they could learn. Everything you're seeing from the ceilings to the poles, they've all constructed here inside of the prison by the prisoners themselves here. Every single person you're seeing right now inside this video, they're obviously all prisoners. Even the instructors themselves are teaching the prisoners a new skill. The instructors themselves are also prisoners. And then once these prisoners are then let out into society, they have a new skill they can then use to go get a new job and to help transform and rebuild the country of El Salvador. El Salvador is trying to become a first world country. Right here you can see see the instructor, who is also a prisoner himself, teaching these prisoners a new skill. For instance, this looks like a section where they're learning how to do plumbing. They have the toilet seat right here. They have all the plumbing down here.
Oh, that's funny.
Every single one of these parts has a name to it. And they have an instructor right here who's teaching these guys how to do plumbing here. ¿Qué está construyendo? What are you guys building?
Estamos aprendiendo fontanería.
¿Te gusta estar aquí aprendiendo todos los días?
La verdad sí, me gusta bastante, porque antes no podía y hoy sí ya puedo. He aprendido gracias al presidente.
What's your favorite skill that you've learned here inside of the prison?
He aprendido a controlar mis emociones, a muchas cosas, he aprendido bastantes cosas.
Hey, and do you want to work inside construction once you leave this prison?
Sí, la verdad sí, me gusta bastante, he aprendido bastante. Lo cual antes lo tenía de menos, hoy veo que es un buen trabajo.
And inside of a prison, you would never expect to see something like this. The prisoners inside here have saws, they're working with their hands, and they're learning new skills. And they're also gaining 2 days back in their life as each single day that they work inside of here, and they are then reimbursed 2 days of the time of their sentencing. So what are you teaching your fellow inmates here?
Estoy enseñando aquí cómo poder hacer columnas de la manera segura para que su base sea siempre el mismo perfil de arriba.
And what did you do for work before you were then charged with crime and sent to this prison?
Que antes de que yo viniera aquí al penal, pues mi trabajo allá afuera, mi profesión es construcción general.
It's very cool that they're using the prisoners inside of the prison to help other prisoners learn new skills. You can tell this guy right here is passionate, and he's teaching with passion, and it actually helps these prisoners become leaders as well, as when they leave here, they are then going to know how to direct and conduct meetings such as this and teach other people new skills. Because imagine if you are given a 10-year sentence and you have to sit there and grieve, wondering and pondering about what you could be doing, but instead inside these prisons, they're putting these people to work, helping them learn new skills, eventually going to make them a better person, so that way when they get back into society, they'll know what they did wrong, but they're going to be leaving with a new skill to help society. Something so simple as this car was also welded here inside of this prison, so everything they do inside this prison comes from the prison itself, making this prison completely self-sufficient in a lot of ways. What's something cool that you've seen or experienced from working inside this prison?
Muchos han conseguido empleo, ya han salido libres y hay empresas que les han ofrecido empleo y algunos ya están trabajando.
And does that make you feel good knowing that what you're doing here is helping rehabilitate these prisoners and then also improve the country as well?
Eso le da un sentido a lo que nosotros hacemos. O sea, ahí el objetivo ha sido cumplido, que es darles una herramienta a ellos, darles una ventaja para que puedan incorporarse a la sociedad después de salir acá. O sea, que su tiempo en prisión no haya sido un tiempo perdido, sino que lo han ocupado para formarse, para aprender cosas que les van a servir ya estando en libertad.
From the construction zone, we head upstairs to where they have an actual university. Yes, you heard that right. Here inside of a prison, they have a university. The classes where we were at before, where they're doing a CPR test, were pre-courses to enter into what is the university of this prison. Literally here inside of the university, these prisoners can receive a college degree. This is the director of the university here inside of the prison. What kind of degrees can somebody get and graduate from inside the prison?
Aquí van a salir graduados de la licenciatura en administración de empresas para poder administrar, ser gerentes financieros o administrativos dentro de las empresas. Todavía no hay ninguna graduación. Estamos en el 8º ciclo, la carrera se compone de 10 ciclos y dentro de 1 año y medio, 2 años, ellos vamos a poder tener y gozar de la primera cohorte de graduados.
And how many people will graduate the first graduation?
Aproximadamente 60 personas.
Hola. ¿Cómo están? ¿En qué están aprendiendo hoy día?
La investigación de operaciones.
¿Quién tiene planes para graduar de esta universidad?
Todos. La verdad que todos tenemos la idea de querer llegar a culminar la carrera.
Inside each classroom, they're teaching the curriculum of the courses of the university. Then they have a library as well, and they have computer rooms where the people are also learning more technical stuff. So that way they can work in places like a call center once they get outside of the prison.
This is the unique situation that you can find one university in one jail.
How long have you been inside this prison for?
5 years, 4 months.
How much longer will you be here for?
8 years. 8 years.
And what crime did you commit?
The sexual situation.
Do you feel grateful that you're able to go to a prison where you can learn a new skill and eventually leave a better person?
I can say that all that we are learning here is for our life. We want to be a better person. I will learn 2 years more, and I want to be better.
Hola. Buenas. ¿Cómo están? How long have you been here for?
10 years.
And what was the prison system like before Nayib Bukele was president?
Well, we didn't have these kind of opportunities. For example, there was no university. his plan is to educate us and show us that there's like a better way to live our lives. And example, for me, I was outside. I'm here for selling drugs. So this is gonna be real useful for me outside because it's gonna be a way I could work in a call center, and what we're studying here is business administration. So it's gonna be real useful for me outside. So I really appreciate the opportunity.
Were you here in jail before Nayib Bukele was president?
Yes, I was.
What was it like inside of the prison? How dirty was it? What was it like inside?
Well, yeah, it was dirty. It was disorder, and it wasn't like it is now.
What was some of the disorder you saw inside of this jail before Nayib Bukele became president?
Well, it was really dangerous for us in here because there were like groups that dominated.
Is it true that they used to bring in prostitutes and they could still control the gangs from inside of the jail?
Well, yes, that was true.
From the university, we headed to a completely different side of the prison where we had to hop in the car to go to the mechanic shop, and also we will receive a performance from the prison's own band named Color de Esperanza. All the cars they work on here inside of this mechanic shop are all government owned, whether it be an ambulance, another ambulance, or a police van. This helps the government stay self-sufficient and reduce costs because of the labor. Meanwhile, in other countries, as the prisoners just sit inside their cells, waiting their time until they leave, they're putting the prisoners here to work, providing them with new opportunities and helping them become something better and different by the time they leave. Here inside this workshop, they have 8 different stations for the mechanics here working on all the vehicles. 1 is the painting section, 2 is the motorcycle section, 3 is the air conditioning section, 4 is electric vehicles, 5 the car wash, 6 you have another painting section, 7 you have alignment and balance, and then the 8th one is for the larger vehicles where they do the repairs. Is there any worries that people will then leave the prison and then use these skills to follow through with more criminal activities, such as being able to rewire their car?
En realidad no, porque parte de lo que están aprendiendo en lo que son los talleres, también nosotros les damos otro tipo de charlas, como autocuido y algunos valores que a ellos también les van a servir para dejar esta vida que han tenido anteriormente. Confiamos en que todo va a estar bien y que esto, al salir, ellos van a incorporarse a la vida laboral del país.
And how often are you guys receiving new prisoners here inside this prison?
Sí, todos los días recibimos nuevos internos.
And now for something I promised that you would never expect to see inside of a prison, a live performance by the prison's band. This is the prison's band, Color Esperanza. Listo! Here we go, vamos, vamos, vamos! What up, YouTube channel? You're gonna see a permanent dancing bunch of prisoners here inside of El Salvador. You won't see it anywhere else except for here on Big Shirley. What a time to be alive. These guys coming in with the heat right
You're not gonna believe what happened. Tell me everything. I'll show you on Monday.com. So I started the biggest initiative of the quarter. I did it.
Okay, so here's the deal. Me and Big Show came up with the idea to run away to New York for one day. Just a day. Big Show, what would your mom do to you?
She beat me. She'd be very mad. Cut her. She'd not be happy. She would, take away everything I have.
Well, my mom, like, my car would get taken away, or my license. But what's she gonna do? I'm gonna come home safe, she's gonna be fine. Me and Big Show, we bought tickets to New York.
Going over a weekend.
And we're going for one day without telling our parents.
Our parents don't know.
And you need to drive. For right now. I'm calling Max.
I'm not a murderer. But if you die, I'll kill you.
But it's not that I don't want to go. It's that I don't want my parents to be upset and never let me hang with you again. I still. Yeah, I made it to New York in the flight, and people sitting next to me have destroyed my plans. Just got done talking to flight attendants.
Hello. Okay.
Do I need to wait right here?
You need to come up there with me so I can
Alright.
hand you off. No, he's gonna wait right here.
You working on the beat?
Yeah, let me do something.
What are you feeling, bro? What do you want?
I don't even know. What you want? Like
Fast on the beat.
some fast beat shit. You gotta do some like boom bap, old rap, but like some new school shit though.
Wait, which is it?
Some Joey Badass. Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Boom bap drums, but not too dusty.
Like some Joey Badass. Yeah, that's hard. Yeah. Ignorance is bliss. Man, I reminisce the things I had in life I didn't miss. I'm talking about a gift. I can do it on my own. Metaphorically, teaching you to rap nice. Accordingly.
From the NYC, big star, rock star, I'm like a VIP. You belong in the UIP, unimportant person. I was broke all alone, I was hurting, surfing.
Yeah, they call it no limit hot sky. Talking about 5 fingers, damn, I need a high five. Yeah.
Trump captures Maduro. We're going to
Creators,
run.
Take these 3 apps I built to run my business made with Base 44. They're ready for you as free to use.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long.
Fucking smart, bro.
years.
Fucking
So we are
smart,
going to
bro.
run the country until
Good,
such time as we
good,
do a safe, proper,
good.
and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure.
I mean,
and start making
it
money.
seems like they're just gonna rob it, right? Like, but yeah, they're gonna put money into it.
Ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger
Relax.
wave. Probably won't have to
Cheaper
do.
drink prices too.
This
Relax,
partnership
bro.
with Venezuela, with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with
Relax,
because
dude.
of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent.
Someone's all like,
and
"This
safe.
is America first. Who
And
do you
it
think is
will
going to
also
benefit
make
from the cheaper
the
oil
many
prices?"
people
And it's like, "But I thought it was about
Venezuela
drugs.
living
We
in
were
the
lied
United
to." And I'm like,
States
"Cheaper,
happy.
cheaper
They
drug
suffered.
prices too.
They
Relax,
suffered.
dude."
So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore.
Mr. President, does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, you know, they always say boots on the ground. Oh, so we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it. But we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is not. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. You know, they stole our oil. We built that whole industry there, and they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Are you explaining the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a just official coordination?
It's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
That's my track.
I think what I've seen is people be more excited about it from a professional standpoint, because a lot of times that's the hardest barrier, is like when you're professional, to take a thing that you think is a novelty, or you've seen been a novelty, and apply it, you know, to your work. But when I started really getting addicted to it, I was going, oh man, whatever I need is really right here. Like, I can prompt whatever I want. So if I need if I need the band to shout, if I need the choir, if I need a female rock vocalist, if I need a male pop vocalist, or R&B vocalist, or Afrobeat vocalist, I started being like, wow. And so all of my demos I started to make after I write my songs, they would come out like the song should sound. And that's when I was like, okay, this is dope. It even brought out the soul of it more, because it started with me asking it to do that, right? So it's like anything else, it's gonna exaggerate whatever you ask for. It's gonna try to make it better than what you asked for. It's not taking away, it's adding to it. Like, if you can play, still play. If you wanna go take classical piano, take it. If you wanna, be an opera singer, be an opera singer. So it's not ever gonna take away from anything. It's just giving you opportunities of ways to do things better.
No!
But it's the same thing that Pro Tools did. It is the same thing Logic did.
The beauty of Suno too is that the creation is so fast, it rarely does the same thing twice. So that's how it's like you almost can't stop it. So you even said earlier how you'll take a voice and then you'll do it again and it's close. Close does not mean the same. So now you got two different situations. So if he do a song called Love You, I do a song called Love You. But because it'll never do it the same, we just got two songs that says I love you. You know what I'm saying?
You don't sit in here and look at us and make records. Nobody cares about that.
Perfect example.
Listen to a song. If they like it, they like it. If they don't, they don't. If they like Boom Boom Power from the Black Eyed Peas, they like it. Even if the Black Eyed Peas wasn't real, they wouldn't care. They just like the song. So it's really, again, about just people figuring out the business.
Nothing makes sense at all. How was it really to say goodbye? Didn't know it could fade so fast.
It's one of the first times I've listened to this record and not just started crying, you know what I'm saying? It's very special to me. Lost in Time was basically about the loss of my son back in January. It was just a tough time for me, and my boy Dallas Austin made me get out of the house and said, you need to come and spend some time around people who love you, you know what I'm saying? Because I went into a really dark place. It's funny how it happened because he introduced Suno to me at that time. I wasn't really familiar with it. I seen a couple things, but the stuff I was seeing didn't interest me at first, you know. But then once he showed me the capabilities of it, man, it just really touched my heart. I said, you know what, let me see what can happen if I put this in Suno. I got about 20 different versions of it, but I kept going back to this version. I would get this tingle every time I would hear this version of it. That's really how Lost in Time came about. I think it's where exactly it needs to be, and I don't want it, you know what I'm saying, to change. I want it to stay just like that. So it's coming out. It's gonna be released. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be released, and Suno helped me do it.
Old ways of working can be hard to let go of.
1 bean equals $1. This is the mother pile. You could theoretically count the entire universe worth of stars.
Hey, Fred, do you have that revenue forecast?
I'm still working on it.
Fred, I thought you were going to pick up some new skills on Code Academy. They have courses that teach statistical modeling, trend analysis, data visualization, all kinds of stuff.
Wait, that can't be right.
Would run Venezuela?
Well, it's largely going to be for a period of time. And the people that are standing right behind me, we're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, you know, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others, we have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
Rubio would be...
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship
Well, I
going?
understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
How long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want Venezuelan people to hold elections?
So I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. You know, we're rebuilding. We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. The infrastructure is rotted. It's actually very dangerous. It's blow-up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to take out of the ground. It can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old. It's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago, and we're going to be replacing it. And we're going to take a lot of money out so that we can take care of the country. Yeah.
What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course, the civilian population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of Venezuela?
That you're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have some of the riches that you should have had for a long period of time. It was stolen from you. But you're going to have peace, and you're going to have safety. You're going to have justice. You're going to have a country. You're going to have a real country. You're going to have potentially a great country. You know, if you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country, and they destroyed it. Remember I said that if we lose this election, the United States will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what would have happened. Had we lost the election, 2024 election, we suffered so badly. When you look at the border from 2020, what they did, what Joe Biden administration did to our country should never be forgotten. But if we had to go through another year of that, we wouldn't have. We would be exactly where Venezuela was in terms. I used to say, if they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids, and that's what would have happened.
President, thank you. Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military
They're going
troops
to be
to
a
provide?
team that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro, and right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice. We're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else, leave and say, let it go to hell. If we just left, it has zero chance of ever coming back. We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States, and frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back, yeah.
Done to protect Americans.
Yes.
Is the U.S. aware of the location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
Mr. President. Do you have any hesitations about Machado?
Mr. President, on Monday.
Oh, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within, or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect to be the
Mr.
leader.
President, is it possible that the U.S. ends up administrating Venezuela for years?
Well, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial, so it's not going to cost us anything. We want safety there. We want to be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world. That's what was happening, and you don't want to have that. But we're going to be rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend. So it's going to be a very important. This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure countries, and we also have to have energy. Very important. We have to have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look. It was such a disaster. So what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year is going to be a great thing. And the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
Mr. President, you referenced boots on the ground earlier. Can you just sort of button this up? Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that
Well,
country?
no, we're going to have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground. And that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela. Then it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country.
Issue reproduce. Please proceed. Yep. It was right when the thing. All right. lightsaber doesn't work.
This is MCON. It's a mobile controller that kind of operates like the PSP Go in that you press this button on top and it activates this little mechanism, which is so satisfying to press, and it reveals all these controls on the bottom. There's even a little button here that lets you just remove this magnetic top plate entirely, and it has a kickstand in case you just want to like play with just this as the controller by itself. MCON works with Android and iOS, and I've been testing it for just over a week at this point, and I really like it. The biggest caveat, honestly, is that the thing is $150, which is that's a lot of money for a mobile controller. And depending on what games you're trying to play on your phone, you could spend significantly less and get something, you know, like this instead that also fits in your pocket. It's much more compact.
Oh, well, I mean,
it's about half the price. But I will say, even this pre-production.
Engineered virus. Okay, why am I watching this? I need to work on this. Oh. Yes. Let's run it like one. Fuck. Crazy.
Joy
Here we
is
go again.
very hard to come by whenever you're going through something like this.
Raider Nation, good morning. It's Mitchell Renz here, host of the Raiders Report, with some major Raiders rumors on Pete Carroll and on Max Crosby. This is coming in from Adam Schefter, Tom Pelissero, Diana Rossini, Ian Rappaport, tons and tons of Dan Graziano, tons of NFL insiders, because we got to be able to face the facts here. The fact that the Raiders are going to be playing in their final game tomorrow, you already know there's a lot of head coaching rumors, and there's some major trade rumors around Max Crosby. There's a reason why I'm making a video on my off day. It's because when I hear stuff like this, I gotta make you a video. Now, even though it's my off day, I got commitment to excellence, and if you're a Raiders fan, you're like, I don't give a shit if we're 2-14. It's the off season, basically, and I can't wait for the craziest off season of all time. Make sure you click that subscribe button for free Raiders videos every single day. Also, I'm gonna be live 49ers and Seahawks tonight. If you're like, Mitch, why are you gonna be live for the NFC West Championship game? Because the Raiders can beat the Chiefs, and the Giants can lose to the Dallas Cowboys, and the Raiders can still have that #1 overall pick if 3 out of these 4 things end up happening. The 49ers beat the Seahawks. Let's go Niners. If the Bengals beat the Browns, let's go Bengals. If the Saints beat the Falcons, let's go Saints. And then if the Lions beat the Bears. So 3 out of those 4 things, if that happens, the Raiders can still beat the Chiefs, FKC, and the Giants can lose to the Cowboys. By the way, I'm going to be live Giants Cowboys tomorrow, because if the Giants win, it doesn't matter. We have the #1 overall pick. So what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to first start with the Adam Schefter report, and then I'm just going to kind of work my way through to get to the Max Crosby trade rumors at the end of today's show. Here's what Schefter and Dan Graziano reported around Pete Carroll and the Raiders head coaching job. My sense is that a lot of people are watching Las Vegas for the potential that Pete Carroll is a one and done with the Raiders. This season has gone quite poorly. They seem to be positioning themselves for the #1 draft pick. So the theory is they might want someone else around to develop that selection if it's a quarterback. I know this is early on in the video, but I do want to know from you guys. Will Pete Carroll get fired on Sunday after the Raiders game? There's been a lot of speculation. I've been saying for weeks, months at this point, that all signs are that the Raiders are going to be moving on from Pete Carroll. The question is it going to happen Sunday night? Is it going to happen Monday morning? I'm going to tell you when I think it's going to end up happening. But first, will Pete Carroll get fired on Sunday after the Raiders game? You're about to get hit with the YouTube ad break. While that ad is playing, I want you to scroll on down. Give me your answer, yes or no, on Pete getting fired on Sunday. I'm going to sit up here and I'm going to go, yes, Pete Carroll is going to be fired Sunday night, potentially Monday morning. But I did speak with a source this morning, and they told me be ready for a crazy night tomorrow. They texted me today. So the fact that I received a text message today that was along the lines of, make sure you're rested, tomorrow's going to be a long day, and if you're the Raiders and you lose or win that game and you have the #1 overall pick, I think even worst case scenario, you end up finishing with the #2 pick, you already know that you got to get this thing moving in the right direction. But it's also because of the respect they have for Pete Carroll. I know that a lot of people don't like the job that Pete has done, but Pete Carroll is very well liked. He's very well respected still in that building, and there's a lot of people that just think that his time, has kind of passed him by, and I don't blame Pete for trying to win. Right now, he's 74 years old, but there was a clear disconnect between Spytek and Pete Carroll. Now, in terms of the names that I am hearing, I really am only hearing defensive-minded guys. I was told Jesse Minter many, many weeks ago. It's been the #1 name that I've discussed on this show. Robert Saleh has been a name that I've heard. I've also heard Brian Flores, which is interesting because all three of those coaches are defensive-minded head coaches. And in my personal opinion, if you're going to draft somebody along the lines of Fernando Mendoza at #1 overall, I actually think it makes a lot more sense to go out and get a offensive-minded head coach. Now, one of the things that I heard today that was floated out around me is that the Raiders could be eyeing not only Jesse Minter as their head coach, but they also could be eyeing Mike McDaniel as their offensive coordinator if the Miami Dolphins do decide to move on from him. I want to be very clear. I think Mike McDaniel is the perfect offensive coordinator for the Raiders because I want somebody that has got head coaching experience, somebody that is kind of like Josh McDaniels, where not everybody is built to be a head coach. Josh McDaniels is built to be an offensive coordinator. I think Mike McDaniel is built to be an offensive coordinator. But why that's interesting is because Mike McDaniel is a run-first-minded coach. That's what this Raiders offense needs to be, even if you draft Fernando Mendoza. You got Ashton Genty, you got Brock Bowers. The way that you're going to get the best version out of Mendoza is you let him play in an offense where they're going to run the football. Because if you don't have an offense that can run the football, I don't think it makes a lot of sense to draft Fernando Mendoza. Because that's when he's at his best. Play action, RPOs, options, that type of stuff makes Mendoza at his absolute best. So I did see over the past few, I want to say it was like 2 days ago, maybe 24 hours ago, that Jeremy Fowler reported that the Raiders might look at Cliff Kingsbury as a potential head coach option. I'm going to be very honest. I don't see that happening. And I'm not saying that Fowler's getting information, and I saw a lot of people saying, oh, Fowler's reporting that the Raiders are eyeing Cliff Kingsbury. That's not true. What Fowler did a few days ago, or again, 24 hours ago, I don't remember what it was, he basically said that he thought Cliff Kingsbury could be an option for the Raiders, and I'm only saying that he's thinking that is because the Raiders tried to hire Cliff back when Antonio Pierce and Tom Telesco.
If it just did damage, that'd be so sick. Mow these niggas down, bro. And then like I let go of it, attack it.
Cliff wanted the 3-year deal. The Raiders were only willing to offer him 2. Also, Cliff wanted to work with Jaden Daniels. Didn't sound like the Raiders were going to be able to go up and get him. So what did Cliff do? He took the job with Washington where he was going to be able to go get his quarterback and he was going to be able to go with that offense. The only reason why, though, I don't see Cliff being that head coach option is because the way that went down, it was a verbal agreement. Handshake agreement. Cliff Kingsbury, you're going to be the next offensive coordinator of the Raiders. I'm just telling you this right now. It did not sit well with certain people in that organization. Didn't sit well with some people that are very, very high up with the Raiders. And I understand that also, Robert Saleh last year was also kind of like, I'm not really interested in the job. There's a reason why Jesse Minter's name keeps getting brought up. I believe Jesse Minter is the #1 candidate for the Las Vegas Raiders. I've made numerous videos on it. But anytime I hear stuff, anytime I get information, my job here is to relay it to you. Again, I don't give a shit if it's my off day. I am so excited for Raiders football again. And if you feel the exact same way, hit that like button. Let's go to the next story here, and it's from Tom Pelissero and Ian Rappaport. Again, the things that I'm reading are literally word for word out of the reports that they put out this morning. Quote, signs are pointing towards another reset in Las Vegas, where Pete Carroll's status is very much in doubt. It will be at this point a major surprise if Carroll returns for a second season. Owner Mark Davis has the final call. He has not communicated any decision, often takes a day or two after the season before making changes. But after a disappointing season, one in which the Raiders have fired 2 coordinators, lost 14 of their last 15 games, and worn out the patience of team leader Max Crosby, it's hard to imagine Davis staying status quo. So while Carroll, 74, has been fighting for another year, the feeling within the league and within the building is Davis will go in another direction. And that likely is the start of a full rebuild. the right way. Las Vegas has a long way to go roster-wise and appears to recognize what is in front of them. Minority owner Tom Brady is close to general manager John Spytek, his one-time teammate at Michigan. If Carroll is let go, they are expected to play a key role in advising Davis on the next hire. With a loss on Sunday to the Kansas City Chiefs, the Raiders would finish 2-15, secure the number 1 pick to target the franchise quarterback who could be the centerpiece of that rebuild. So,
we have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompts directly into Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
Monday.com is the best AI for work, and here's why. Let me show you some of the mind-blowing things thousands of companies are already doing with Monday.com's AI. If you're in marketing, sending bulk emails used to take hours. Now, AI summarizes, translates, personalizes, and sends them out in seconds. Sales teams, AI finds high-value deals and handles all the manual work after calls, so teams have more time to actually close deals. Recruiting, AI sifts through hundreds of CVs, pulling the best candidates instantly, making your hiring process 10 times more efficient. That's why people love using it. Monday.com, the best AI for work.
there's been a lot of wonder who the Raiders could be having the top 2 guys looking for the search. I'm just telling you this. I've talked to multiple people that have talked to Raiders owners and talked to people inside of that front office. John Spytek and Tom Brady are going to be the top 2 people that are going to help build the Raiders the way that you want this team to be built. And again, that's a good thing. Tom Brady wanted Mike Vrabel and Ben Johnson. We just didn't have a quarterback plan in order to get there, so they didn't want to take this job. If you have the number 1 overall pick, you can go out and you can draft a Fernando Mendoza. You could also trade back and potentially get a guy like Lamar Jackson. If I'm the Raiders, I'm either going to have Fernando Mendoza as my quarterback or I'm going to end up having Lamar Jackson as my quarterback. I really don't want to hear any other options. Yes, you can listen to options. I'll listen to Malik Willis. Maybe if we hired a Robert Saleh. What's up, buddy? Sorry, Chuck's in the room. Chuck's super excited, by the way, about tonight's live show. But Spytek and Brady, they're 2 Michigan guys, and they're going to be all in on what this search is going to be. You know, you heard rumors about front office disconnect. Tom Brady and John Spytek have been on the exact same page all along. The problem is you hired Pete Carroll, who wanted to do his own thing and didn't want to follow along with the plan. That's why Pete's going to be the one that's out and not John Spytek, and they're going to keep a lot of these guys in the front office. But the fact that, again, Ian Rappaport and all them are saying that it's going to be Tom Brady and it's going to be John Spytek, they're Michigan guys. They got a lot of ties. My source is very close to somebody close to Spytek, and I'm telling you this, Jesse Minter is the number 1 candidate right now on the Raiders' radar, because the number 1 candidate on John Spytek and Tom Brady's radar is Jesse flippin' Minter. Coming up next here, maybe the reason why you clicked on this video, the latest Max Crosby trade rumors. And I put out a show last week saying that a Crosby trade is more likely than ever. A Max Crosby trade isn't impossible this offseason. I have been somebody on this show that has shut down Crosby trade rumors left and right. I have been on social media at MitchellRens365 left and right saying, no, I think that the Jay Glazer report's been blown out of proportion. I'm not saying that what you're about to hear means Crosby's going to be dealt. tell, but y'all know where there's smoke, there is fire. And there's a key phrase that I'm going to revisit. Maybe you heard me say it earlier on today's show. A key phrase. And when people that talk say things that are very, very close, Raider Nation needs to pay attention. That's what I'm here for. Before we get into that, though, Panda Supps is today's sponsor. Listen, man, new year, new you. I don't need to sell you on it. If you've ever had Panda Supps, it's the best protein on the market. You know, over the past, 2-3 weeks during the holidays, I got a sweet tooth. I eat a bunch of crap. And now my wife's saying, hey, we're doing dry January. She is, at least. She's doing a lot of healthy stuff. We're trying to be healthy around the house. Late last night, I'm sitting there, I'm craving some cookies. So what do? I go grab a cookie. I'm not gonna lie, I grab one cookie. But then also, you make a little bit of Panda Supps, make a little bit of a protein shake. 30 grams of protein. The flavors are unbelievable. They all separated by a diet down. It's on it.
You asked for more ways to create, so we made a major update. Sleeve printing is now live. You can now design directly on sleeves across some of our best-selling
Raiders relationship out of proportion. I do. Max has been in that building. I'm not.
Can you play this one clip of the guy in Germany I just sent you? I don't know if you guys seen this clip or not of this guy in Germany walking around upset at people saying, you can't record me. He says, who the hell are you? It's my country. Actually, who are you? You don't tell me we're not. We're just kind of, whoa, who is this guy? Got like 20 million views on this one clip. Look at the level of audacity people are having now coming to other people's country in Germany telling them you don't record me. Who the hell are you to tell me this? This is what we're fighting with next. And by the way, I think this is what's going to produce the most bold, proud, American, tough, strong, faith-based people that they're going to fear. I think this is what's coming next. Rob, go on and play this. Watch this clip, folks.
What's up? You okay? Fine. Yeah, good. What? I will video whatever I want in my country, okay? You don't tell me.
This is German.
Look, they're cheeky. They think they can tell us. Alles gut, bei dir? No, it's okay. Thanks.
Trying to sell him drugs?
He just tried to offer me speed on camera. Man. The brass neck on these people telling a German what he can and can't do in his own country. I'm sick of it. I'm not having it, guys. And all the Germans,
watch this,
and all the police, and all the politicians know what's going on. They know that they're selling hard here, not weed. They're selling and speed and guess what? They're okay with it. They're so heavily indoctrinated. But it's fine. It's normal. You have to understand. They come from a hard background. You know, they also need to make a living somehow.
All right, let's go.
Just everything about it. Everything about this city is just fucked.
By the way,
the locals, the natives, the complete
you believe everything else.
brainwashed.
Okay, so you can pause it right. I got a bunch of these clips to show. I'm not going to show. We'll show it on Monday podcast. We got guests here today. But to me, I think the part Stephen A. is this next phase of tolerance of what's going to happen, like a Nick Shirley. We've known for God knows how long with the fraud that's going on in Minnesota. It takes a 23-year-old kid to take a camera and go to Minnesota to prove some of the stuff. And by the way, once they get exposed, the Leering Center turns into the Learning Center, right? Once he goes and exposed, now they're bringing kids in there. Now they're doing all this other stuff. And then, Rob, if you have that clip, so this lady who's up there is doing a press conference. She's reading off her phone, and she uses the words, fraud is bad. Look at her face. More importantly, when she lifts her left hand, I want you to look closely at that ring. I didn't even buy that big of a ring for my wife, and I have money. What kind of money does this lady have here? Just watch, pay attention to this. This is apparently somebody that's really struggling financially, that it's so harsh that we're exposing this stuff. Go ahead and play this clip.
If childcare is cut, I'm unable to work or go to school. I understand fraud is bad.
Watch. Whoops. Look at the ring. It's about to come up in 3 seconds. Boom. Damn! She can't even talk anymore.
She didn't hide. Fraud is bad. So meaning she admitted to fraud.
She admitted that
she
they're
knows it's
committing
bad.
fraud.
She knows
And then
the
there's there's
fraud
this
is
other
bad.
guy, Rob, if you want to play the other clip of the guy with the $2,400 glasses being a
it's my
spokesperson
favorite.
for them.
With a brand new fitted.
Yeah, watch this one here. So here's another one with the Yankees
Clean
hat. Go
fitted.
ahead.
Yesterday morning, I was called by the owner because
look at the lady in the back.
unfortunately
She's
someone came in to our daycare.
Watch her face.
We looked and saw what happened, and we saw that the suspect came in from the back, broke in from the back kitchen, and he also destroyed the wall to come in. As we walked around the daycare, we saw that our office doors was broken into as well. We saw that, unfortunately, there was important documentation, enrollment of the children, and also employee documentation that was gone. There were also checkbooks that were ripped from our check papers that were ripped from our book. This is devastating news, and we don't know why this is targeting our Somali community, as one video made by a specific individual made this all happen. We've been receiving hateful messages through our voice notes threatening us since the past couple of days, including one that happened yesterday morning when after the break-in.
Stop. You can pause it right
How much are those you know how much those glasses are?
What?
Rob, how much are those glasses?
$2,500.
$2,500 glasses.
The average person has $2,500 glasses.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal. Everybody has it.
Yeah, so do I.
Yeah, by the way, while this is going on, here's the, and I want to come open-ended, Stephen A., Danny Canal. Caroline Levitt says Minnesota Somali fraud scandal will leave people in handcuffs. If you haven't seen what Chamath said something very interesting earlier today. If you have this clip, Rob, he said if nobody gets arrested for this is Chamath. He said if nobody gets arrested for this, for the fraud, he says America's downfall is around the corner. If nobody gets arrested for this, I don't know if you see it, Rob, or not. And by the way, Chamath, if you know one thing about Chamath, I don't know if you follow him closely or not. He's a very reasonable guy. He's a very fair guy. My hope is he runs for governor one day. Like, he's a guy that could save California. He's a reasonable guy, made a lot of money, is a center-ish guy. And if you go a little bit lower to see if you can find that clip, well, I'll find it here while, oh, there it is. Watch this. Go ahead.
Happens and we deem this kind of theft acceptable, it is the beginning of the end of the American empire. It's just a level of disrespect and lack of care for this country, I think. I will be waiting and observing how important it is to root this out. That's number one. The second, which is more tactical political calculus, this is an enormous opportunity for the Republican Party if they take this and run with this. Is there waste, fraud, and abuse in every state? Absolutely.
You can pause
I don't think this is.
Tom, I'm coming to you first. Do you agree with him that if nothing happens, the American people are no longer going to trust the justice system that we have?
Yes, and I think you already see it in the polls that say that the faith in Congress by the American people going back 25 years has been below 20%. What is it right now, 14%? It's like incredibly low. The faith they have in the media, never mind that. Let's just think about our institutions. There are two things that Americans are really hot at when you look at the polling figures. What you do when you look at polling, you can look at the heat behind an opinion of the populace. And right now, there are two
feel like a Jedi, dog. I
drivers
swear.
behind questions for Americans. One is there's a
What's
two-level
up, homie?
justice
What's up,
system, one for me and one for some other side. And the second is government isn't going to do anything about it. Those two things are underneath the American opinion on Epstein, the American opinion on fraud right here.
Oh, it'd be cool if I could deflect
Americans believe there's a
bullets.
two-level justice system.
Bro!
Americans believe that government isn't going to do anything
Make
about
it so I
Chamath is
can.
right. When we see, look how big this became, not just Minnesota, it became Washington State, the Somalis there. Now forget about the Somalis and look at just daycare and finding out that if you create a public assistance program, you get money from the government, take that money and then spend it on other things and, by the way, give it back to other candidates. We've discovered there's a cycle. And so what we're seeing isn't just Minnesota. People are like, wait a minute, the whole system is rigged. And the Americans are really hot, and they are not of the mood right now to once again somehow say, well, there they go again. Americans are hot. They think nothing's going to happen, and there's a two-level justice system, and it's gotten worse and worse and worse. And those two things outweigh all of the core issues. Those are the beliefs that Americans have in the corruption of the system. If nothing happens here to prove it's wrong, your mouth is right.
Danny, where are you at with this, Danny?
I hope you're right, but did anybody go to jail for the 2008 financial crisis? Did anybody?
I think one guy got. No, seriously, one Middle Eastern guy got arrested.
Middle Eastern.
One, yeah, great.
Did anybody go? Did anybody go to jail for COVID fraud with the PPP funding?
Nope, they all got pardoned.
You know, like, so that's where I'm kind of like, I would love to see somebody held accountable for one of these. But as far as this would be America's downfall, we've survived a lot worse, and I think we can survive this. The thing that concerns me, and your conversation with Nick Shirley was incredible, was I think this is just the tip of the iceberg. When they either go further down the road in Minnesota, or he had the lady on from Ohio was like, please come look at our fraud that's happening here. Wait till we start seeing it all over the place. I think we're just at the tip of the iceberg, but I would agree. I would like to see somebody in handcuffs. I would like to see somebody held accountable, but I feel like most Americans are kind of just like, I'm not going to believe it until I see it.
In the past 2 years, $35 million of the money that was frauded out from those daycares in Minnesota, in the past 2 years was given to political contributions, and Rob has it right there. And that's, guys, this is such on a deep level. Like, if you guys ever think everything's happening in Minnesota, and all these problems are Minnesota, and me and Tom were talking about it while we were in Aspen, I was like, wait a minute, why of all people, they picked Tim Walz? Why have nobody in here ever heard of Tim Walz? And then all of a sudden, Kamala's running, and it's like, wait a minute, maybe they're funnel all that money, bring his, tampon in the bathroom, loving ass, put him in, and then have all that money funneled in there. But then I thought about this. There's another. I want to ask you guys. You can't blame the Somali. I don't blame them. They're coming from a third world country. Piracy and all that stuff is happening on the freaking waters. What? They are incentivized to come here. The Democratic Party is like, hey, come here, border wide open. If the government tries to put barbed wire, we're gonna send in and we're gonna pick it up. Bring your asses in here, vote for us, no IDs, scam, but just keep the money coming back. You can wear $2,800 glasses, and you can wear a freaking Hope diamond on your finger. Everything leads back to the Democrats. And I get what Stephen was saying about affordability and all that, but guess what? This is a $18 trillion problem. And I read that, and this is what I'm getting sick and tired of, is this. It's just our lip service at Americans. How much more do we need to see? And do we have to, till we say enough is enough? I mean, collectively, we're the dominant force. In the Declaration of Independence, it says this: when the government gets tyrannical and starts acting up, whenever any form of government becomes destructive of those ends, it is the right and the obligation, not guess, of the people to alter or abolish it and to institute a new government. At what point are we're just sitting here, they're stealing billions, they're open the border, our young kids are getting raped, they're getting murdered, crime is up, and all we do is bark, 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 and they're gonna put in another. Gavin Newsom is the front runner for presidency. Are we? And they're gonna do the same thing. And I'll bet anybody in here $100,000. His first order of business: open the border. Open the border, and the same problems are gonna keep coming. Okay, so it's up to us, Pat. It's the American people. We have to just say, guys, no. Stand together and just say, we're not gonna pay taxes for a freaking month. We're not doing shit. We're gonna sit here and do this. Let me future looks bright under my feet. That's what we're gonna do.
By the way, out of everything you said, you know what I caught?
What?
When 3 years ago Vinny came here, he was making $50 bets. Vinny's not making $100,000 bets. Vinny, make some noise for Vinny, folks. He's making bigger bets. Stephen A.
I don't know. Certain times I'll mess with Vinny when that right vein pops out. No. I know he means business.
But Adam, honestly, how much longer are we gonna go? Yeah. Oh, they just stole another $18 billion. They opened the border again. How much more?
You know what was interesting? There has never been this much. Trump at his New Year's Eve party, he said, we're going to hold a lot of people accountable. We're going to arrest a lot of people, all this other stuff. His own son said, people better start getting arrested.
I love that.
And everybody commented that said, bro, your dad's the president.
Love that.
Like, give him a call.
Yeah.
Stephen A.
I'm going to let Adam go first.
Adam, go ahead.
All I want to say, my mom is from Minnesota. Every summer of my life I'd spend in Minnesota. Minnesota's like the whitest state in America. I would show up. I'm white as hell, and I know a few words in Spanish. Are like, oh, this guy's exotic as hell. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Welcome to Minnesota. So I would see this immigration issue. I thought it was an immigration issue. What? Somalians? What's going on here? So what are they doing here? But the reason that Americans are pissed, it's not only the immigration, it's not only the Islamism, it's not just the poo-pooing of American values. Now you're gonna throw fraud on there? Billions of dollars of fraud? Americans like, hell to the nah. So I thought it was immigration. It's actually fraud. What's gonna actually happen? You talk about accountability. The difference between accountability is they're playing the victim. Oh my God, and they catch themselves. So there's gonna be some accountability there.
There needs to be accountability. You don't do something like that and get away with it. And obviously anybody that's been involved in such heinous, irreparable acts should be arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Let me get that out the way first. That's automatic, okay? But getting back to Vinny. See, here's where the problem is. Damn. It's all of them. Are we gonna sit here with a straight face and act like the Democrats are the only one that engage in fraudulent behavior? That they're the only one that have milked government dollars for their own selfish needs and to their own selfish ends? The point is that I often joke about I'm friends with Sean Hannity. We go back and forth, button heads all the time, but I've known this man for 23 years. And he's a good friend. He really, really is. And I've often said this. Somebody could go out in broad daylight who was conservative and commit murder at 3 o'clock in the sunny afternoon with cloudless skies on a sunshiny day. And the first words that'll come out of Sean Hannity's mouth is the Democrats did it first. And he'll have evidence of those Democrats who did it. And what I'm saying is, along the way, there have been excuses, there have been justifications, rationales that have been thrown out there to absolve one side. We're not going to get back to prospering as a country until we remember the very, very values that we swear to live on and to hold all sides equally accountable. So I'm not saying let any Democrat off the hook that could be found guilty of such heinous acts. I'm just saying you gotta make sure that the due diligence, the fervor, the passion, the same energy applies across the board to all parties concerned, because the standard is the standard, as Mike Tomlin, the coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, say. The standard
You said
is
some
the
things
standard.
about him recently, by the way.
Yes, I did. But the standard is the standard.
Yeah.
And as long as we're making sure that as a nation, we're equally distributing that level of punishment, then we're good.
I agree. And say,
Whoa,
hold on.
I disagree.
No, wait.
I'll
no.
tell you, he's mostly right. Because if you remember George W. Bush,
I dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store preloaded with 20 hand-picked products.
he was the worst president we've seen by far, maybe under Biden. But in recent memory, the Biden administration was a disaster. So if you want to talk recent memory, you're 1,000,000% right. But there's major problems in this country. Both sides are to blame. But recently, it's been a Democratic problem that's ruining
Adam, you
this
took
country.
the words out of my mouth, because I was in the United States Air Force, Stephen, during 9/11, and I remember when Bush Jr. got on that aircraft carrier, and it was America, and dude, we were emotional, and it was that attitude of
Mission accomplished.
No, it wasn't. It was
100-hour war.
Yeah, let's
You gotta
go,
cheat
bro.
on you, fucker.
9/11, New York, let's go, war. And then they're like, wait, and mind you, I'm in the military, and I'm not Republican, Democrat. I register. I just vote for what's right in the moment. And then I was like, wait a minute, weapons of mass destruction. Wait, there's no weapons of mass destruction. Wait a minute, we just killed 1 million people. What? No, we're just gonna change the name to Enduring Freedom. Trust me, bro. I had the hate and the anger towards the Republican Party still to this day. I think George Bush Jr. deserved to be in prison We saw Cheney, Rumsfeld, all those guys deserve war crimes. If they're dead, I pray that they got right with God before they died. But Adam made a great point. From what I've seen from Biden and all, it's just right now, they're not even hiding anymore. It's out in the open. They don't care, hold everybody accountable. But in my lifetime, from what I'm seeing, like, if we keep this up, it's a wrap. And now that we're slowly, look at Texas. It's starting to spread. New York. If you, like you said, if you told me New York was going to go with this guy 10 years ago, I would have said there's absolutely no way. So the change is happening. But I'm telling you, Stephen, in my heart of hearts, bro, it's us. It's Americans have to stop and say, no, enough is enough. We're like, well, we hope they arrest him. No, the hell with that. They better arrest him, or we have to go do something. Seriously,
yeah, you know, for me, Stephen A., here's how simple it is for me. I'm in a meeting with this guy who was the number 2 guy at AIG. Jennifer's in a meeting. He's flying in with his lawyer from AIG to drop our contract. Because at an event in Napa Valley, when we went, Tico was only 6 months old. Tico, that was the first time I actually spent time with you, buddy. You don't even know it. I was changing your diapers nonstop, and I was working 100 hours a week, so I finally got some time with you at Napa. They went baking. Mommy and Papa went, and I stayed back. So they come back, and my wife and my dad are arguing in the living room of the hotel in Napa Valley. And he's saying, don't tell him. And my wife is saying, I have to tell him. It's Pat. He's going to get very upset if I don't tell him. No, dude, don't tell him. So apparently this guy was a number 2 guy at AIG during the baking experience. He asks my wife, do you trust Armenians? And my wife's like, what do you mean do I trust Armenians? Do you know my husband is half Armenian, half Assyrian? He says, yeah, but do you trust Armenians because of the insurance fraud that they do? So she's like, what is wrong with this guy? She's telling me this. She says, I have to tell him. So finally, after they argue, my dad is in the room. He remembers this argument as well. Dad, where are you? Do you remember that day? Do you remember it or no? You and Jennifer going back. Jen, you definitely remember that day. Tico, you definitely don't remember that day. You were 6 months old. So then Jen comes and tells me. I said, what did he say? Babe, don't do anything right now. Just please, dude, when we get back home. I said, he said that to you? He said that to you. Yeah. Okay.
Yo.
I made 2 phone calls. Those guys know who they are. And they said, he's coming, Pat. Don't call him. I said, that's not how I do things. He's coming to my office. He comes to my office.
What's going down?
Her, Maral, Amor, all are telling me, Pat, say nothing, because if we lose the AIG contract, I don't have another contract. I lost every contract.
Can you swoop,
it's like the first year in business, year and a half in business. He comes in, and I say, hey, John, before you get started, let me start, because I think I have an idea why you're here. You brought him here because you're about to terminate our contract. Here's how I will tell you. Based on what everybody I'm talking to, you're thinking because I'm Armenian, I'm like all the other Armenians that you had some bad experience with in Glendale that did insurance fraud. If you do anything with me because I'm Armenian, you will have a problem for the rest of your life with me. I've served this country. I've been in the military. I've busted my ass for America. I love this country. Don't think just because I'm everybody else is. Puts his hands like this. He says, I get your drift. You have 1 year. Gets up and walks out. No problem. He comes to our events. We end up becoming best friends at his retirement ceremony on a yacht in Miami. 10 years later, his closing speaker, 5 people spoke at his retirement ceremony after 39 years. Closing speaker is his best friend. Second closing speaker is me. And I got up and I just roasted the hell out of him in front of everybody, his wife, his family. We had a great time. We're very good friends today. No issues. But you know what? He was right. He was right. A lot of Medicare fraud in Glendale was Armenians. A lot of fraud that happened in North Hollywood and Van Nuys was Armenians. If we look at data today and we look at which ethnicity has the most abortions in America, it's African Americans. That's right. That's data. We can't say that's a racist comment. You just called that blacks to a black man whose mom raised him. That's an offensive comment. Patrick must be racist. No, it's called data. And I trust data. When I look at data for Minnesota and it shows me Somalians, after having lived in America for 10 years later, 78% are still on welfare. That's data. You can't call data racist. You can't call data Islamophobic. You can't call data bigot. You can't call data nothing. It's data. If you're doing it, and the fraud that's happening right now, censorship was Democratic Party. Keeping kids at home and not letting them go to school, Democratic Party. The NBA that you watched when they did the bubble, the NBA bubble, the fake championship that LeBron won, the last one, we all know he only has 3 championships. The fake NBA bubble that, no, he's got 4. I'm not counting the 4th one. I'm saying he's only got 3 because that doesn't count. In the bubble, do you know where the bubble was? While they were talking shit, Black Lives Matter, it's good, racism. All the stuff they said about racism and Black Lives Matter and irresponsible governors.
We have something cool here. What you're looking at is the new Speediance home gym. This one is called the Gym Monster 2. And look at how small it is. This actually ships to you basically assembled. A huge bonus for fitness equipment in general. They can be a real nuisance to build. This thing folds up, it takes up barely any space, and you can get up to 200 pounds of resistance using magnets. I should just go ahead and drop this deck right now. Single button, drops down, and this is going to be the central point for your variety of movements. And if you do want to do a bench press or something, this is where your bench is going to live. You simply lock these guys into place. It's kind of wild because you think about 200 pounds of weight, and it is different. This is resistance. It's not free weight, so it does feel a little bit different. The amount of space you would need for 200 pounds of weights, if they were dumbbells or something, it's all in here. This is all magnetic resistance housed down here. And then the other unique part is through this huge display, there's a variety of exercises that you can do on this unit, which allows you to get obviously a full body workout here. You can also do free lifts, which in here there's a variety of different dynamic weight options, standard chain, eccentric, and fixed speed, and they all feel way different, and they could all be used for different types of training. You also have partner mode if there's 2 people working together. You have dumbbell mode and barbell mode, and that's where the accessories come in. So we have our barbell attachment. We can use this for bench press. We have a couple of other resistance attachments, the handles, the rope. These can all be added for a variety of different exercises, straps for the legs, and we've also got our bench, obviously, so it will sit on top of that platform, and it has some level of adjustment to it as well. This is pretty wild. You can add to this to make it have even more variety. So if you want to get a little bit of cardio and strength in, you can add this rowing attachment. There's also a dedicated spot for if you're rowing, if you're using the rowing attachment, so that it's going to be at the right height. But look at how quickly you adjust this. I mean, you simply pull on this piece and slide this section to whichever height you need, depending on, well, your own physical size, and then also whatever workout you're trying to do. Mo really likes this thing, to be honest. He's been really into this since we've set it up, and he's been playing around with it, and he's actually going to help us do some demonstration here as we talk about it. So you have it at a level 3 for resistance right now. Oh, took it up a notch, 6. What if we want to be on a canal rowing instead, because we want to have a beautiful visual? We can do that too.
3, 2, 1, go. When doing this action,
the amount of weight is adjusted here, so I can either do this on screen, but there's also an accessory remote that fits on your finger, and that allows you to adjust the amount of resistance in real time. Look, I just have this toggle wheel here, and so therefore I don't need to try to reach up and reach the screen, and this can be especially useful if you're trying to push a lot of resistance. You just dial it back, eliminate the weight. This is flexibility that obviously you're not going to get with free weights. Okay, so now we're in the free lift mode, and this is where the ring is helpful. So by clicking it, you actually turn the weight on or off quickly, toggle it off or on. That's obviously not as important in this type of exercise as opposed to when you maybe have like the barbell over top of your body. We'll show you that in a moment, but it allows you to make quick adjustments as well without having to constantly interact with the screen. If he turns the weight on, there you go, 19 pounds. You can see the range of motion, the power, and the number of reps. And in this case, it's only on the right side because he's using the right side here. Now, the 3 different modes, this is what's kind of fun. The standard mode, I guess, is the closest to if you've ever used some sort of cable system. It just feels natural and typical with this kind of interaction of your own momentum. Then it has something called chain mode, which is slightly harder to pull compared to the amount of resistance once you let go on the way back into the system. So this is the opposite of the next mode, which is called eccentric. Here we're looking at the eccentric mode, and what this basically does is it adds some tension as you're returning to the anchor position. So this is on the way down or as the muscle lengthens. So this offers you a different way to train for different muscle groups, or possibly if you're looking for a different muscle appearance. And then this mode, the fixed speed mode, which basically lets you pull the entire maximum resistance of the unit. Go, I just give us one more here. Boom, look at him go. I heard his ribs. Don't hurt you. I think I saw 100. I saw him crack 100. Each of these modes has its own usefulness or functionality depending on the exercise. But it's just cool to be able to modify the way the resistance is being applied. And this is not something that you can do at all on a typical cable system. It's exclusive to this because this is dynamic magnetic resistance. You can push yourself really far on this fixed speed, look for a maximum figure in terms of power, and not necessarily have the same risk of loading all that weight over your head. Again, not necessarily for this exercise, but possibly for others. When it comes to installing the bench, you can actually completely move these attachments to these spots and then have your resistance come up from the floor. Deadlifts, bench press, squats, you can do all of those things to remove the accessory. Little quick release stainless steel ball, clicks in and holds. Boom. So now we are in bench press mode. It's all very modular. Like there's these little holders which take the place of the actual pulley, and they will hold the bar so that now you can get started a little bit more easily once you lay down. We're gonna switch to barbell, and then if Mo wants to see it, we can use our flip. And now Mo can read the screen. I don't know if Will can. But you can see he's getting these very satisfying Nintendo-esque pings each time he executes a repetition.
You can see on your left side the power and your range of motion to see if you're maybe pushing from one side a little bit more than the other. You see a graphic of it, so you can like immediately adjust your next rep without doing like a full set of bad form.
Mo's fitness class. Oh, it's getting to him now. Oh. Where we're gonna bust out these last few reps here. It's also got a couple of different assist modes. So if you're struggling with a lift and the system senses it, it will actually help you get those last few reps in. So with this assistant mode turned on, what you'll see is at the top of the rep, if Mo pauses for a moment, the resistance begins to go down in order to make it easier for him to do his final reps. Now, I should also mention at this point that you've got this speaker. I have the music turned off at this point. So you have this built-in music. It's actually Speedience music. You've also got Bluetooth if you just want to connect your own stuff.
How you went first, but you coming in second. They watching you next, so you gotta protect it.
It's actually pretty loud. The speaker's surprisingly loud. But you can mix your background music with your voice guidance from any of the classes. This is something I was wondering because the music was coming on. I was like, oh, I can't even hear what the guy's saying in the guided workout session. And then it's just a matter of jumping into this mixer and getting whatever mix you like. From here, we're able to dial down our background music and turn up our voice guidance.
Control the weight as we go down.
All right, so let's jump into the classes here. Look how many total workouts there. It was crazy. 102 program, movement 641. This is your basic movements if you don't want a whole guided session. This just gives you all the different ideas, which this is really helpful for beginners, or they might not know all of these movements yet. Kneeling, tricep row lat, pull down, barbell, straight arm, pull down. And each one of these, if I click on one, it basically shows you the movement. And here you can see we've got more than one coach we can choose from depending on your preference. We can obviously adjust our weight per side, number of sets, reps, and rest time. It has this nice overlay with your own stats, and it shows you the muscle group you're working on, the target muscle. We can turn assist on or off, and we still have our different dynamic lift modes, standard, chain, eccentric, fixed speed, depending on our own personal goals. This is just a nice, simple way to learn new exercises, see what the form is supposed to look like, because you get a lot of people, they don't actually bring the right form. It doesn't matter how much weight you're lifting. If you're not bringing the right form, then you're not targeting the muscle group that you intend to target. This is going to be a great place to learn about a variety of movements, even if you take those movements to other machines in the future. Here you can learn the basics. Biceps. Yeah, if you're looking to work on biceps, here's 4 different options. Bicep stretch, barbell, bicep curl, dual handle, alternating bicep curl, and standing dual handle, cable bicep curl. So yeah, if you select a muscle group, it will bring up, and it's really a lot of different options. But then it goes into full workouts. You can see like a full body workout, 76 minutes. This is an advanced workout targeting a variety of different muscle groups. We can see our previous stats, and we can also see the workout schedule. We can see basically what it's going to entail, and it's going to move from exercise to exercise in sequence. An actual workout for archery, circuit training, soccer, frisbee. They got a workout for frisbee, baseball, triathlon. So if we just click on one, let's see a basketball workout. What would you work out for basketball? Bodyweight squat, push up, dual handle bench press. You can design these yourself if you just want to go into the free workout mode, or if you want to have a quick workout, 20 minutes. Look at this, 11 minutes. Wow, I can actually get like a 12-week, a 2-week program. It's comprehensive. A lot of different ways that you can interact with it, from beginner to more advanced. Now, all that said, the coolest thing about the Speedience Gym Monster 2 remains, which is how compact it is. Not only when it's in its working mode, but even more so when it's packed up. Like that's taking up barely any space. Most places can fit this. It's got wheels on it so it can move around, and it doesn't have to occupy an entire room like a lot of other fitness equipment. So you have a full body workout, the capacity for a full body workout in something about as small as you could imagine it.
That's probably the best feature.
What?
That you don't need a spotter.
Yeah.
You just
Yeah, it's way safer, obviously. Yeah.
I think the best feature is like safely finding out your max, like without injuring yourself, and trying to find a push.
The fixed mode.
The fixed mode, yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. And it's just using magnets. That's crazy.
Destroyed an enemy cruiser.
The flipping NBA playoffs was in Florida. And all they did is call out DeSantis. Let me get this straight. You bitch about how California does everything right, yet you decide to put your playoffs in Orlando. I'm sorry, you're a hypocrite. And that's the NBA when they did that. We're watching NFL games with faces, and people are buying tickets on Zoom to have their faces being there. What the hell was that? We don't even know the ramifications of what happened to kids for the next 10, 20 years. We don't know that kind of ramification. Alcohol went up, abuse went up, domestic violence went up. It was horrible. So to me, listen, if it's the Republican Party, gladly call it out. If it's the Democratic Party, gladly call it out. What he's talking about right now is majority Democratic Party. Data doesn't apply. This is why for me, all I'm interested in is data. There's a story that came out from BBC, and I'm going to give you this last thing here. Can you pull up this link I sent you? You tell me if this story is from somebody who is conservative or somebody that's liberal. This is the BBC. They tell this story, Rob. I sent it to you. You should have it. It's the second to the last one I sent you. That says the 17-year-old Afghan. Listen to how BBC breaks this down, folks. I want to know how you feel about it. The BBC does an article. First, go outside so we can see the story of what it's saying. The BBC does an article. Matter of fact, just play the clip, Rob. Just play the clip. The BBC does an article. Look at the way they
fucking love this, dude.
Two 17-year-old
so dope.
Afghan
So dope. I don't give a fuck. That's
and
dope.
how they define a 15-year-old female. I'm saying male and female, but look how BBC defines them. Go ahead.
Main job at The Spectator, which is being the parliamentary sketch writer, we're there to satirise and observe. I'm often just amazed by the enormous, great fissure in what's being talked about in Parliament versus what people are talking about in day-to-day life, and also the big stories that don't really get coverage at all. Just in the last week, there have been various scandals involving young Afghan men either raping young girls in Britain, and these stories are either not being reported in a major way in, say, the BBC, or else the way they have been reported is in such a kind of psychopathic way. For example, two 17-year-old Afghans are described as boys, but the 15-year-old girl that they raped is described as a woman. Is this sort of main?
Did you hear that? Let me read this to you. BBC does an article defining two 17-year-old Afghan boys raped a 15-year-old woman. Is that a conservative saying that?
That's crazy.
Is that a Republican saying that?
That's crazy, bro.
The concern and BBC, aren't they the same ones that try to manipulate the election of what happened with Trump to say the comments that he made that he didn't? So listen, hold the fire to any of the stuff that fraud they're doing if they're Republican or Democrat. But man, a lot of stuff, unfortunately or fortunately, whatever way you want to put it, based on data, keeps happening on a side that just makes no sense. Your rebuttal.
There's no rebuttal. I don't disagree with what you said. Matter of fact, I was wondering why you looking at me while you said those things, because I'm sitting up there and I'm getting heat from my own community because I'm like, data's data. You know, I mean, I can't tell you how many times
I thought you were defending the Somalians in Minnesota.
I wasn't defending the Somalians. I said get them. Let's just make sure that when we talk about fraud and when we talk about, you know, misbehavior, what have you, it's on both sides of the aisle. But there's no question about it. There's no getting around that. And like you said, I do like that point. It's simple yet profound. Data is data. It's not being racist to call out data. A matter of fact, you've got people in my own community against me because I'm reminding them, it's data. What do you want? You got to give me something to fight. You got to give me something to argue about. And it can't just be executive orders that the president is handing down that we may not like. It can't be just him, you know, engaging in the kind of policy he promised folks he would do before getting elected and then keeping his word by doing it. And we're the ones that didn't want to vote for him. So don't expect him to do what we might want him to do when we're not the ones that voted for him. You got to know better than that. I pointed out all of these things. The flip side to that, however, is this. Stop looking at black folks like it's this one monolithic group. You see a dissipation kicking in, where the level of faith in the Democratic Party is shrinking before our very eyes, because you have a lot of black folks out there that feel the way that I feel. By that strong leaning towards the extreme left, you forgot about black folks in the process. The LGBTQ community, I'm a live and let live kind of guy. Live your life, no problem. You understand? I support you having your civil rights or whatever. Got a problem though if you want to transition from being a male to a female and you want to compete in female sports. I got a problem when you want to have, you know, when you want to engage in gender change and you're willing to condone it transpiring without parental consent. You know what I said on the air a couple of weeks ago? I said, forget all of this stuff for a second. Anybody who is a parent, tell me the human being that could come up to y'all and say, when it comes to your kid got a right to do what they want to do without consenting to you as their parent. Show me the parent that says, okay, who's that person? I've never met him, ever. So I'm like, how could y'all do that and think that's cool? See, common sense is what it comes down to. And when people look at me and they say, Stephen, we good, because I might disagree with you, but if you make a point, damn it, you made a point. Vinny, you made a point, damn it, you got me. Adam, you made a point, damn it, you got me. Danny, of course you got me. Right. But so do I. And my point is, at the end of the day, it's about common sense. And because why? Because that's where both sides can't escape from. You can try, but you can't run from common sense. And something as simple as the example that I just used, any parent, raise your hand if somebody can come to you about your child, telling you what your child can do without your consent. They're a child. You're paying their bills. You're taking care of them. You have dominion over them. Oh, but now you want to hold me accountable for that, but when it comes to something else, oh, okay, they got the right to do what they want to do without consulting you. To me, that's automatic disqualification for any politician that lets that come out of their mouth. And I've said so publicly, so I don't disagree with you.
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana. We've already sold over 2.9 million barrels, creating steady jobs for hard-working folks chasing the American dream. You can share in our success by investing with Phoenix Energy and get 9 to 13% annual interest through our Regulation D 506C bond offering. Join our next investor webinar to learn more about Phoenix Energy.
And the next day they were coming back from lunch and they were going to their favorite beach and they were making a left-hand turn to their favorite beach in the Suburban and they were hit by a huge tour bus. In the blink of an eye, 3 people were killed and 1 brain damage, so every couple lost a spouse. My dad was in a coma and my mom was gone. I learned in that moment that joy and grief can coexist and that gratitude and joy are connected. In that moment, really everything changed. The second you take your focus off yourself, off your mental health or your grief or whatever it is, and you focus on helping somebody else, something shifts inside of you and the dots started to connect.
By the way, for what it's worth, Can we all agree, like, Stephen A. looks like he should be in the next Miami Vice? Be honest.
I think so.
You know what?
Honestly, that's
right.
ridiculous.
You'd be
I'm
right if
sitting
I had
here,
on my white
I'm
suit.
just kind of
Right
going
on my
like
white
this. I'm like, all right, but he looks like Miami
He
Vice.
looks like he's a Miami Vice,
Look,
but he sounds like he's a Republican at this
I'm a centrist. I'm a common sense guy.
Can a
That's it.
centrist win, though?
Common sense.
Can a centrist win? Because you were talking about Newsom playing to the progressives. They have owned and taken away from the left
You
party.
have to find somebody on the left, because the right is the right, and they got their party in order. They know who they are. They're not apologizing for it. This is who they are. This is what you're gonna have to deal with. They're gonna be formidable, whether it's Rubio or DeSantis or J.D. Vance or whomever. The Democrats they're the ones that's a house divided. And they think they're going to win the 2026 election, and maybe they will if Trump keeps dropping the ball with some of the things that he says and how he alienates, he hurts his own party because they're not voting for Trump. They're voting for his. He got to be careful about that. But the bottom line is this: when you talk about the presidential election in 2028, you don't have a straight up bona fide big time candidate as of yet. And I think that it's not about being independent or just a straight centrist in that regard. It's about looking at your party and saying, damn it, I don't care how much you want that. That ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna win for us. That's not gonna resonate with the American people. That's not gonna make the American people happy. I get where you're coming from with your extreme leftism, but it ain't gonna fly. So guess what? This is where we're going as a party. The question is, who's that individual that can pull the party closer to the center? I don't see anybody on the Democratic side that's capable of doing that.
But can I ask one question though? Because what we saw with Biden, Stephen, I don't think they'll accept who was running the show when Biden was in. We obviously know it wasn't him. Whoever those big names are that we don't. I mean, we know. I think it's Obama. I think it's Hillary.
Anthony Blinken.
I think it's Tony Blinken. I think they're not gonna shift. I get what you're saying. They're not going to shift. Like, anytime in my history, a Democrat came in and was like, you know what? Let's not go to war with Vietnam. What'd they do to that guy? They shot him in the head in Dallas in front of the world, in front of his wife. That's what happens when you come into the party and you don't do what the party says.
Well,
I mean, if you
the only thing I'm going to say is this. Last point. It was supposed to be Hillary's turn.
Of course.
In 2007.
Yes.
Obama came.
Yeah.
And there was nothing they could do to thwart that momentum.
Yes,
I'm saying
I agree.
that's what it's going to take in order to accomplish. I get what you say. It's a daunting task.
Yes.
But it is possible that somebody could come along if you're talking about common sense and moving, just pulling the party to closer to the center. I do think if that person is out there that can pull that off, they can win. That's what it will take.
You know what we get to say? Go bet on Kalshi if you think so. If you don't, well, we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see
go
what's
with
going to happen.
Kalshi.
We'll see what's going to happen. Because quite frankly, I wouldn't mind a Stephen A. on the stage trying to do that. I wouldn't mind.
And how about this? If he has that, I would. Guess what? I'm not Republican. I would vote for him in a heartbeat because I know he's not going to do the stupid crap that they're like the border.
When we set out to create a shoe that blends comfort, function, and luxury, we had the choice to make it fast. We had the choice to make it cheap. We chose neither. Instead, we chose Tuscany, Italy. We chose true Italian craftsmanship, each pair touched by 50 skilled hands. We chose patience, spending 2 years perfecting every detail, and we chose the finest quality at every step. Introducing the Future Looks Bright collection. Not rushed, not disposable, not ordinary. Rather, intentional, luxurious, timeless. If you enjoyed this video, you want to watch more videos like this, click here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click here.
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can. First up, let's talk about AI color themes. You can get any combos you want, bold and bright, minimalist and sleek, or something you didn't even think of. Just describe the vibe you want, or even use the colors of your logo, and let AI do its thing. Beautiful. Next up is the AI section creator. This is great for those website essentials like a contact section or a place to subscribe. Now, I'm running a sale, so I punch in some details, and just like that, I have a promo section. Functional and beautiful. I love it. Now, for the AI text creator. I got some products that need description, so I type in some keywords, and there it is. I've got copy that lands. Now, let's see what the AI image creator can do. Sometimes you just want to spice up your visual game. Type your idea and watch it turn into a high-quality image in seconds. You can have some real fun with this.
Happy New Year, Raider Nation. We'll get into the Raiders and Chiefs game, obviously, in this episode. Final game of the season. And, of course, you might want them to lose, but we're still going to give you...
Well, here's the thing. When something like that happens, these, like, interracial killings, the only thing you're allowed to say as a white person is, well, if the shoe were on the other foot, there would be outrage. You know, that's the only thing you're allowed to say. They say, if it was George Floyd, people would be marching, rioting. When a white kid is killed, no one does anything. And I said, you know, but that's really not saying anything. You know, that's a sentiment which it really just says, well, the left is hypocritical. There's a double standard on race, but it doesn't really express, in my opinion, what white people are feeling. What white people are feeling is, why are we putting up with this stuff?
Right.
You know, and it's like you said, you move to a white neighborhood, you make money. We live in America. It's 21st century. We don't want to deal with these problems. And it just so happens that it is these young black adolescents that's doing it in Chicago and wherever. And so I went on my show after that killing and said, you know, like, we're just kind of done with that. We don't want to live near this. Because here's the problem as a white person. You can either be Daniel Penny or Austin Metcalf. You can either be someone that takes a stand and defends yourself, or you make a rash judgment and you're either in jail or you're a racist. If you defend yourself, you get charged with murder by a liberal DA. Or if you're wrong, then you're a white supremacist, racist, you're super judgmental, you're canceled.
Yeah, you can't just be a white guy who made a mistake.
Exactly, exactly. And then on the other side, if you're not racist enough or not careful enough, if you're Austin Metcalf, you make the mistake of confronting the wrong black adolescent, you're dead. You forfeit your life. And if that's how it's going to be, who wants to live in that neighborhood where you're walking down the street at night and you look over your shoulder, if you cross the street and it's a good black person, you're a racist. If you don't cross the street and they're a predator, you're dead. It's no win situation, right? So,
a predator.
Tell you this. Well, you know, a predator, opportunist.
Yeah, I mean, that's perfect adjective, predator.
You know, because obviously not every black person's a predator, and but there are these opportunists that they're crawling the streets at night looking for people not paying attention, young girls, young men. Yeah. And so I said on my show, I said, white people don't want to live near black people. If that's what it's, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to live around black people. I just don't. It would be irresponsible if I had a wife and kids to live near black people. It just would be. And that's not to say that every black person is violent. It's not to say that every black person is the same way. But we watch the news. We read the papers. When you drive downtown in Chicago, you know who you got to look out for and worry about when you're thinking about whether you're going to get carjacked, when you're worried about catching a stray bullet, when you're worried about who's going to pull up on the side of the road and literally shove a rifle in your face and steal your iPhone or shoot you point blank, execution style, in Lincoln Park. We know who's doing it. I don't want to live near them. I don't want to be near them. They make me nervous. That's a survival instinct. And the way this story unfolded, it's sort of interesting. Apparently, this white student, this Austin Metcalf, confronted a friend of the killer, presumably black also, and said something like, hey, you're sitting in the wrong spot. You're in my spot. Something like this. And that's when the black guy jumped in and stabbed him to death. Unfortunately, we just don't know. When you're on the subway, when you're driving in your car, when you're in the city streets, You don't know whether the black person in proximity to you is one of the good ones or one of the ones who is going to summon an unbelievable, I mean, literally, for people like us, an unthinkable level of spontaneous brutality, senseless and merciless violence in an instant. We don't know. There's ambiguity. You're sitting on a subway, you look across, you see someone acting strange or aggressive. Is this someone who is going to pull out a knife and in 2 seconds slit my throat and kill me? Or is this just someone who's having a bad day? We don't know. I'm not willing to risk my life to find out. It's not worth it to me. I'm not willing to put myself in a position to find out.
Scott Adams couldn't have said it no better himself. Hey, everybody, it's your only 2 favorite black guys, and we got a new favorite giveaway. This Jeep Rubicon, candy apple red. Yeah, lifted. Yeah, fully loaded. Hey, fellas, women love Jeeps. This is crazy. And the reason why we do this, because y'all support us. So we're going to support you. You know, we're some good guys, even if we are black. We like to give back. Y'all support us, so we give back to y'all. Who else doing this? Ain't nobody doing it. But y'all are paying my bills, I ain't gonna lie. Y'all want me on food stamps like all rest of them niggas? I'm working for my money. Go to officialhorsechoice.com. Anything you buy on that site, get you automatic. And it to win all our giveaways. No purchase necessary. All work prohibited. See official rules. Details. Yeah. What you was pretty much rolling, trying to explain to everybody, you're talking about urban black neighborhoods. I don't want to live in an urban black neighborhood. Yeah, right. I don't want to. Black people that become rich and famous, they don't want to live there neither. Yeah. But it's a problem when you say it.
Yes, right, exactly.
Nobody wants to live in the hood. Nobody. And those things happen in the hood to black people all the time. Yeah, poor people who live in the hood, they don't want to live there, but they have no options. They don't have no means to get out, so they stuck. I don't know. I remember I was in the Marine Corps. I lived in San Diego. I was like 19, 20, and I lived in a black neighborhood. I came out because I would leave to go to work at like 4 in the morning. There's a bullet hole in the side of my Geo Metro. Yeah. Had a lime green Geo Metro. That's how I learned how to drive a stick. Yeah. And it had a bullet hole in the side of it. Yeah. I get in the car, I turn around, I go up to the stop sign, which is maybe about 100 feet away so I can get on the freeway. There's a prostitute right there. And she looked at me like this, and then she said,
I'm gonna
she must have just got done sucking somebody off. And I lived in black neighborhoods, and I was like, when I was growing up, I said, man, when I get the money, I'm gonna live in the white neighborhood. Yeah. That's the thing. Yeah. Black people don't want to live in black neighborhoods, but it's only part of when white people say it.
Right. Well, and here's what I always say. The problem is not black people's blackness, which is the issue. If you guys mmoved next door, it wouldn't be a problem, because I know you guys are going to be gangbanging or whatever. But
hey, let me push back on it. I wouldn't. If I was you, I
the first night they spent inside in a long time. Maybe his the first, and he really liked it. But he's looking at me like he wants to go pottying. I'm like, bro, go outside and shit. You cannot do it in here. I'll fuck you up if you do.
That. Yeah. But the problem is that, unfortunately, a stereotype, which is based in reality, is that when you live in a black neighborhood, you're going to get this set of problems. You're going to get violence. You're going to get mayhem, chaos. And it's not even just that. It's just rudeness, people being inconsiderate. And if people associated with black people with being friendly, being kind, being peaceful, no one would have an issue. People say, oh, great, black people moving in the neighborhood. It's awesome. Property value's going to go up.
That's not what's going to happen.
No. So, that's the issue. And I said that, and Jason Whitlock, he's super Christian, as am I. And he said, well, this is an attempt to incite racial hatred between white and black people, to divide up the races with this, with this incendiary rhetoric. And I said, look, here's the problem. You can reconcile white and black people with Christianity. But in my opinion, that happens second. What has to happen first is law and order. Unfortunately, you have this cycle in America where you have very good laws, safety, you have police are active enforcing the law, And then you get the activists that come in and say, oh, there's too many black people in jail, there's too much police brutality. So people say, all right, we're going to ease up. We're going to, mass incarceration's a problem, police brutality's a problem. We're going to let them go. Then the violence gets out of control. Then you get, the crack epidemic. Then you get, the 80s, 90s. People go, oh, it's out of control. We need the crime bill. We need the cops back on the street. We need stop and frisk. So then it's good for, 20 more years. Some people say, the police are racist. We got to get rid of the cops.
I think that was a good law they passed.
Yeah,
Stop
it
and
is.
frisk, it is. To get criminals off the street.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is the cycle. It's like this amnesia where it's that classic meme. Good times create weak men create bad times. Sort of like good crime laws create good times. Good times make people think the crime laws are racist, and then
there you go.
The cycle repeats.
Right.
So so what I'm saying is, enforce the laws. And by the way, the biggest beneficiary would be the black people themselves. It's like you said. Who's hurt by this? Occasionally it's white people. But the vast majority of people that are killed are black people.
Right,
The people that live in poverty are the black people. It's those neighborhoods that can't have a Walmart because of all the shoplifting. So you enforce the laws. Unfortunately, there's going to be disproportionate, representation. There's going to be more blacks in jail. But you got to arrest every lawbreaker. And then once you get the worst of the worst off the streets, the worst predators, opportunists, then you can reconcile the people with Christianity. But, if you want to evangelize to these people in Chicago, be my guest. But I don't think you're going to get through. When you see these videos, unfortunately, a lot of them are just lost. And,
they made a whole show around that. First 48? That's a documentary of the culture of black folks. Have you seen that?
No.
You haven't seen the First 48?
No.
It's on that show made me racist. It's like it's the first 48 hours. They just track the point where somebody's killed and the first 48 hours of the investigation. Primarily, you see black people killing black people. But there are some white people. Yeah, like 1 out of every 100. Yeah, but it's predominantly just... of and course. they're killing each course. other over the most trivial things. It's just... It's shocking.
Yeah, the reason why black people have something against your message that you showed is because they don't believe that black people are dangerous any more than white people. They actually think you are being racist by making those accusations that don't exist, but they're 100% factually true. That's why what you said does not bother me at all. I know it's true.
Yeah, because you're pretty basically talking about... I'm a black male. He has a problem with... and me being a black male, we can't stand it either.
I mean, Chris Rock had a famous joke.
Yeah.
And it was funny as hell when he said it, but...
Let's go to that tweet, man. You made a great point when y'all was going back and forth. Jason Whitlock said, every bit as godless and stupid as your critics say. Your Ray Epps 2.0, I can't say it, pointing foolish believers
Shut up, you fucking dumb.
I can't see it.
Let me see it. I can see it. You're every bit as godless and stupid as your critics say. Your Ray Epps 2.0 pointing foolish believers into a building that will burn them down for eternity. Many of the people captured by the wickedness of black culture can claim ignorance. You know exactly what you're doing, demon. See, I don't think it's ignorance, the black community. You can't teach a conscience. You can't teach that. The enemy is paying people on social media to promote racial division and conflict. The aftermath of Austin Metcalf, Carmelo Anthony is a psyop.
I don't think it's a psyop.
No, don't fall for it. Stand on the word, rebuke any so-called believer, and not pointing to Christ.
Don't you think in his message, in a roundabout way, he's saying black people are incapable of rational thought and white people are superior, so we're going to give them a pass? Pretty much he's saying black people are inferior to whites with that message, because I don't think they can claim ignorance.
Right.
Yeah. Black people are not vegetables. They know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's sort of the issue is, you have this new breed of conservatives where they want to hide behind the cross. They're pushing like a BLM, woke. It's exactly like you're saying. They used to call it the soft bigotry of low expectations, reverse racism, whatever. And now you have conservatives with the exact same mentality, which fundamentally means blacks have no accountability. Right. Like you said in the tweet, they can claim ignorance. What does that mean? It means they're not culpable. They're not responsible. They have no agency. We can't blame them.
Their IQs are very low.
Right.
They can't help themselves. When they rob somebody, they steal their car. They're wired that way. I don't know. Hey, I think your response to him, I love your response. What you said. So tired of hearing that black crime is caused by black culture. For some reason, rap music doesn't make white people steal cars and shoot people. It only works on black people. That was a great response.
Thanks. Well, yeah, I mean,
and it made me rejudge the things I'm saying. I keep saying about black people. Man, it's our culture, it's the music, it's in the movies, but that's just an excuse. Yeah, and he's coming from this point of view that you're teaching white people to be racist. Everything you're saying, they already thinking it. You just got the balls to say it.
Right.
So you're not. White people know what's up. Yeah. They do. Yeah. I knew what was up when I was like 12 years old. Right. I said, I'm gonna play with Scott. I'm not playing with fucking Tyrone over there. I mean, the first gun that was ever put on me was at 12 years old, and it was a black kid, and we were on the basketball team together. Wow. Going into basketball practice. Yeah. That's crazy. I still remember that.
Yeah. Well, and it's true. That's what I intend to do with the show is, I mean, I'm expressing my opinion, but I'm also speaking for a lot of people that don't want to offend or they don't want to get canceled. And unfortunately, as far as we've come, because people have woken up a lot on a lot of different issues, people are still paralyzed out of fear of being called racist, saying the wrong thing, offending people. And the reality is that I think that race, it's one of those things you're never going to fully bridge that divide. You know, you have white people, you have black people. They're different. They identify differently. And this idea that we're going to be so Christian, we're going to overcome that, or so American, I don't think it's going to happen. And that doesn't mean we have to hate each other. I think we could live in harmony. And I think, we could strive for understanding and empathy. But, the idea that the only reason we're set in conflict is because of racists dividing us or the media or the culture, it's just not true. People are tribal. It's who we are. It's in our genetics. Yeah. And nothing's going to change that.
I think this one Carmelo Anthony case, it really, it should open a lot of people's eyes how tribal we can be, because when Daniel Penny, what happened with him on the subway with that Michael Jackson impersonator, a lot of white people came to his aid. A lot of people came to his aid and donated money to him to help him in his defense. Which I understand why. I don't think it was a racist. I don't think then it was because they're racist. But then you look at Carmelo Anthony, where here's a black kid who obviously did something wrong. He should have never had that night. But you see a lot of black people defending him, not because he was right. It's because they're defending him because he's black.
Yep.
Yeah, it's up to $500,000. Yeah, but if the shoe was on the other foot, the circumstances was the same. Just the races were reversed. White people would not embrace what happened. That's the difference I want to point out when it comes to black and white. Culturally, I mean, spiritually, you go on Facebook, TikTok, it's black people, black pastors defending that kid. They're comparing Carmelo Anthony to Rosa Parks.
Yep.
I mean, they're not even comparing apples to oranges. They're comparing apples with hairy nuts. It's like low IQ, low capacity. Yeah. That's the only thing I can really call it. No. Yeah. They trying to say self-defense.
Right.
Like, and they even brought up the accusation that if you tell somebody to leave, that's bullying.
Right.
I was like, how did you reach that point when you consider that bullying? Yeah. You have to be
TikTok and I'm looking at everybody's reactions about what happened.
Well, it's like you said, it's just pure.
Carmelo Anthony, right? And the black reaction is what you expect.
But white people, obviously not all of you, so let me just get that out the way. But a bunch of y'all are just a bunch of racist, bigoted crisis actors.
People really believe that kid had the right to tell Carmelo to move. This kid wasn't working security. He wasn't given no responsibility. He wasn't the seat manager. Like, if that kid would have just minded his own business, would he or would he not still be alive?
Officer got unalive. A lot of people are trying to make it a race issue, and it's not. It has nothing to do with that right there. This was self-defense.
And this is all over TikTok. I see a lot of posts on Facebook talking about this is self-defense. Yeah. From one demographic of people. Yeah, it's all black people. Did he have any injuries? Do you see his mugshot? Clean face, nothing. No scratches, no nothing. No punches were thrown from what I heard so far. Yeah, it's something wrong with the black community. I was like, man, you can't be this dumb. Man, if that was self-defense, the murder rates would go up. You could kill somebody for anything. Yeah,
right.
Look, what horrible precedent that was set. Okay, what? Do something, I'll kill you. Or do something. No, get out. Stab me, you stupid fuck. I don't have it in me. That's why I didn't respond. I guess that's my white side talking to me, but that's crazy, man. It's just that old case is like, I lose all hope, especially when it comes to the black community, because like, why would y'all even put y'all's name, your brand behind defending a kid who obviously is wrong.
Yeah.
Dead wrong.
Well, it's base tribalism. You know, it's like you said, they're sticking with this guy because he's black. And I think what is barely concealed is a contempt for white people, which is, you know, it's like a racial pride thing. When they say Rosa Parks, they say, oh, the era of white people telling black people, you're in the wrong seat is over. You know,
Exactly.
What's next? A white woman's going to touch a black woman's hair and she's going to get stabbed in the face. Shot in the chest. Right. Don't touch my hair. You can't touch my hair.
Your black voice is better than my black voice.
So I'm practicing more.
But Jason Whitlock, like politically, I align with him a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I think he's showing way too much empathy for the black community because he is black. And I've been through that, and I was like, you know what? I'm done with that. I'm just gonna stand for what's right, and if what's right is that's what I'm gonna stand on. So
Yeah. And I like him. He's a good guy. I was very positive towards him because initially I disagreed with him. I was very positive. I said, you know, I respect him a lot. He's Christian. I agree. Like you said, I agree with him so much. And then he just had this nasty calling me a stupid demon, saying I'm sending people to hell. So uncalled for. But that is another stereotype, is this like crybaby thing that black people do. A lot of it's like an ethnic narcissism. And it's like you said, it's a bit of a blind spot where, you know, a black conservative can be right on 99% of things, but when it comes to race, they want to take their ball and go home. When it comes to race, they want to be a crybaby, play the victim, and I think that's all it is, a blind spot. A lot of white people have it too.
Right.
And not even to be that guy, but in fairness, there's an equal amount of people that I know, white nationalist types, very proud. They'll be the first ones to blast black people and their behaviors. You talk about some of the behaviors of lower class white people, they say, oh, you're against white people, you're against your own kind. It's like, let's be honest, you know? Let's just be honest about who we are, who the other is. So, yeah, that's what I'm about. Just, you got to be honest.
I think of what happened with Carmelo Anthony. I can speak from experience. Growing up as kids, we just had this natural hostility towards white people because of the past and what black people have been through, what our parents been through, and what our parents been through every day. Stand up for yourself. Don't let no white people push you around. So I think what happened was he was sitting there. I'm just speculating, and then some white kid tells him to get up, move, and it's that's what caused this whole issue. Overreaction. It was race. I think it was race. Yeah. If they're both black or both white, this doesn't happen. Right. I guarantee it.
Totally.
Just because he's black and we come up and we're raised with this natural hostility towards white people, that's why that happened. Yeah. That's why it happened. Yeah. I don't know why. He went to a rival school. I don't know what the area was like, but he's walking around with a knife. I never did that when I was in school. Frisco, I think, is pretty rough. Yeah. I may be wrong on that.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. It's a pride thing, you know, because you could totally imagine how that went down. The guy was like a white football Chad, you know, handsome guy comes up and says, hey, pal, you're in the wrong area, you know, or puts his hands on him or something like that. I'm sure some black kid saying, I'm not taking shit from this white guy. And I, you know, I don't know that he intended to kill him necessarily.
I don't think he did. Why else would you stick a knife in your chest? That was nuts. Yeah. Have you read the police report?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. They never recovered the weapon, right?
I don't think so, no. Yeah, but it's this impulse thing. That's the problem, is these impulsive behaviors where, you know, I'm sure in the moment, but when I say, obviously, if you stab somebody, it's a lethal weapon. Like you can't say I didn't know it could kill somebody, but I'm sure in the moment, in that split second, he did the first thing. And now his life is ruined. I mean, deservedly so, obviously, but that is the issue. And I think that is the genetic aspect that people don't talk about. I don't think anybody would disagree. Black people or white people, who has a greater propensity for violence? I think on a genetic basis is black people.
Yeah.
In the same way that between Asians and white people, who has a greater propensity for violence? I think definitely white people. You know, and that's just another one of those differences. People attribute it to culture. I attribute it to genetics. It's one among others.
Asians, who has the higher IQs? It's Asian people. Then it's like white people. Then I guess it's Latinos. Everybody else, and then black people dead last. I mean, and that's a fact, correct?
Yeah, that's
From
a
what
fact.
I've read up on it, like black people, for whatever reason, and I think when you put anybody in a situation and they have a low capacity to grasp what's going on, that's who's going to commit the most murders, regardless if they're white, black, or whatever. I just think there's I don't know, I hate to say it, but there's
Don't say it. I know what you're going to say.
Well, just what I'll say. Low IQ, you can find it in all people. Right. I just think it's more prevalent in the black community.
Yeah, I think so too. It would explain the number of black people in prison.
And IQ scores back me up on that. From everything I just said. If you look at IQ scores, it predominantly tells you who's going to be I don't know what's going on here. It's like, this is all over social media, especially with like black women. Yeah. I don't get that. The first thing they go for is that weave.
Already using ChatGPT? Well, Grammarly makes the next step effortless. Refining your writing with clarity right where you work. Grammarly helps you easily adopt AI to get things done at work in a few clicks. What I love is that Grammarly's AI prompts help you create a draft of anything you're working on so that you don't have to start from scratch or figure out AI alone. I needed to write an email about rescheduling a meeting. Instead of staring at a blank screen, I just clicked on Grammarly's AI prompt and told it what I needed. It gave me a complete draft that I could then edit, but honestly, it was so good I could have just sent it as is. Grammarly's AI features provide suggestions in real time.
Yeah, that's low IQ right there. Oh, no, yeah. Why would you do that? Hey, Joe, I don't want to look at this. You think you just one man?
Look gratuitous.
Joe swears up and down I like black women that big. Oh, man. Hey, let me ask you this. Back to Whitlock's point. Do you think the record labels and the rap music has some part of the blame when it comes to the black community?
Certainly. I mean, it's certainly not helping. And I do think it exacerbates it because that's something my grandma always used to say. I've been in Chicago for generations. My family's been there. And, my ancestors were Italian immigrants, Italian, Irish, Mexican immigrants 100 years ago. And so my grandma grew up in the projects with many black people. And, she always used to say that actually, she would look across the window in her project apartment or whatever, and she saw a black family across the way that was more functional than her own family. She said they would hold hands and say grace before they ate, and her household was up for grabs.
That must have made her feel really bad.
I'm sure, yeah. Psychologically, right? But, by the same token, she encountered a lot of the same problems you see today, a lot of the same violence. She would get robbed or stuck up by black people in the city. But everybody recognizes anybody who lives with black people in the cities will tell you there is a generational difference. That the older black people, in many cases, they couldn't even read. My grandma had a school. They taught cops how to shoot their guns. It was a security school. And they would license security guards, cops, do firearms training. And they would train up black people that sometimes couldn't read. They were from the Jim Crow era from the South. Right. But she said they were very honest, very decent, very respectful, polite. So culture makes a huge difference. I don't think it's everything. It's certainly not nothing. And anyone that lived, anyone that had that experience living in a city with black people through the generations will tell you the exact same thing. There's certainly a generational component, but I don't think that explains all of it.
Yeah, like all my aunts and uncles and my family, there wasn't a bunch of miscreants. It was like they always wore suits. Yeah, they always went to church on Sunday.
Right.
I remember growing up. There's an image. That's what black people used to dress. Yeah. I mean, that was the common thing to do. Yeah. And now, liberals get hold of black people and just turn into progressives, and now this is what you got. Yeah, I got a question. Do you think if, just a hypothetical, what would solve a majority of America's problems? Say you as president, set them up. No, this is a setup job. I do not want to set you up. I feel guilty. This dude is wearing a wire. What do you think would solve a majority of America's problems? I think, personally, for your answer, I think we listen to women too much.
Oh, yeah.
I think a big problem America has right now is we have too many women in power, and look what happened when we got too many women in power. We got men in women's bathrooms and at sports. It's just women can't just think different. So different than a man.
That's a huge part of it. I mean, you can start with women. You can go to the media. You can go to immigration. I mean, the problem is we can all recognize the country's been getting worse.
Yeah.
A lot of things, there was seismic changes 100 years ago. Technology, suffrage, more people voting, more people participating, a lot of immigrants from non-white countries coming here. Things are getting worse, and we're just doing the same things. It's like, you don't think maybe we put a pause on some of the things that have changed that might have led to some of these things? But, I mean, the women's a huge part of it because, like you said, they think differently. They're way more empathetic, way more, and they're kind of just like suckers, Like
I
men.
like how you said that. That was perfect. Suckers.
Because they're not necessarily dumb, although many of them are, but, because some of them could be very smart, but they just don't have this quality that men have, where men will say, nah, that's bullshit. You're lying. Women don't have that. Women will listen to any story, any sob story, and go, filled with empathy and emotion. And when you look at who they vote for, this is like a red pill for me. When I was in high school, they said, I said, if you look at the election results, presidential election results, separated out by men and women, if only men voted, every state goes red. If only women voted, every state goes blue. All you need to know. That's all you need to know.
That's powerful.
And even today, the approval ratings with Trump, men, overwhelmingly positive. Women, overwhelmingly negative. And we know Trump is right. We know the Democrats are wrong, and these are like not difficult issues. Should a country have a border? Can a country run an infinite deficit? Can we have entitlements? You're paying people not to work. Like, no, we can't do any of these things. But women...
Wanna play a stupid game, bitch?
You're not going to believe what happened. Tell me everything. I'll show you on Monday.com. So I started the biggest initiative of the quarter. I did everything right. I used AI blocks to list all the tasks, delegate them to the team, set up all the timelines. It even wrote perfect descriptions so everything was crystal clear. Clearly, you're a professional. Thank you. Suddenly, I get a message from leadership saying we need to finish the project a month before deadline. It happens every time. Good thing we have Monday.com. We just reshaped all the timelines, brought in freelancers to help, gave them some guest accounts. They had everything organized so they could just jump right in. We put up all the assets, waited for management to approve. Done. Everyone automatically got notified. We ended up reaching our goals 2 days before schedule and even under budget. We beat our projections for the quarter. Everyone cheered for us, and I ended up being a hero. Wow, that's amazing. When you use Monday.com, work is just easier. Isn't that nice?
That's really nice, honestly. Enjoy the little things.
Yeah. Create your own personal success story on the first work platform you'll love to use. Monday.com.
They think that we can, and that's a huge source of the issue. Certainly, the diversity is a big part of it. The anti-racism, and not for nothing, but those pictures you show, that was a time when the society was immensely racist. Seems like it was better for both sides, actually.
Right.
And that's not to say, important distinction. It's not to say we're in, because people like to say, "Make America Great Again." What you mean, slavery and lynching and racial hatred? It's like, no. Obviously, I'm not a sick person. I'm not a cruel person. I don't want to see people get murdered for their race or their ethnicity. But what did change? Now that people have to walk on eggshells, now that people are afraid to enforce the laws or tell the truth, now there's no rules. Now there's no accountability.
Right. Yeah.
You could say that maybe in the old days there was an excess of justice, and it fell into cruelty. It fell into, brutality.
Yeah.
Now we have an excess of mercy, and you could see which one is worse.
Right.
Certainly the excess of mercy and forgiveness, you get a lawless society.
Right.
And I would rather be on the other end of a brutal cop than a brutal thug.
Yeah.
And it's sort of an interesting distinction, right?
Yeah.
Because you hear police brutality. Yeah, police can be brutal, certainly.
Right.
I wouldn't want to be on the other end of that either. But would you rather be on the other end of the law that's brutal, or these young adolescent black men that are brutal, that will execute you for not even having to do with the theft? I referenced a specific case. I said, who's executing people in Lincoln Park? There's a case where they mugged a guy in Lincoln Park, which is a nice white neighborhood, stole his iPhone, demanded the password, and then they shot the guy point blank, execution style. Now, why do you kill this guy? You got his iPhone, you got the password, you got what you're looking for. Why then do you kill this guy? Shoot him in a defenseless person. That is far worse than any brutality from the police, or from the state.
Right.
Yet no one wants to talk about that brutality.
Here's our new giveaway. Get out of the way. Woo! That's beautiful, right? Dodge Challenger. Hellcat. Look at the tires. It's a V50 in this. It's supercharged. Wide body, it means it grabs the road. You can't flip this. Look how sexy this car is. You can look like Stephen Hawking and still pick up a chick in this car. Go to officialhardswings.com. Anything you buy on the site gets you automatic. Enter Dwayne.
No purchase necessary. All word prohibited. See official rules for details.
When it's time to scale your business, it's time for Shopify. Get everything you need to grow the way you want. Like, all the way. Stack more sales with the best converting checkout on the planet. Track your cha-chings from every channel, right in one spot. And turn real-time reporting into big-time opportunities. Take your business to a whole new level. Switch to Shopify. Start your free trial today.
Nigga, I was just at my boy's house.
Oh, I'm about to say, yeah. That's right. Hey, let's go. That's my track.
I think what I've seen is people be more excited about it from a professional standpoint, because a lot of times that's the hardest barrier, is like when you're professional, to take a thing that you think is a novelty, or you've seen been a novelty, and apply it, to your work. But when I started really getting addicted to it, I was going, oh man, whatever I need is really right here. Like, I could prompt whatever I want. So if I need if I need the band to shout, if I need the choir, if I need a female rock vocalist, if I need a male pop vocalist, or R&B vocalist, or Afrobeat vocalist, I started being like, wow. And so all of my demos I started to make after I write my songs, they would come out like the song should sound. And that's when I was like, okay, this is dope. It even brought out the soul of it more, because it started with me asking it to do that, right? So it's like anything else. It's gonna exaggerate whatever you ask for. It's gonna try to make it better than what you asked for. It's not taking away, it's adding to. Like, and if you can play, still play. If you wanna go take classical piano, take it. If you wanna, be an opera singer, be an opera singer. So it's not ever gonna take away from anything. It's just giving you opportunities of ways to do things better, which is the same thing that Pro Tools did, which is the same thing Logic did.
The beauty of Suno too is that the creation is so vast, it rarely does the same thing twice. So that's how it's like you almost can't stop it. So you even said earlier how you'll take a voice and then you'll do it again and it's close. Close does not mean the same. So now you got two different situations. So if he do a song called Love You. I do a song called Love You. But because it'll never do it the same,
right?
We just got 2 songs that says I love you. You know what I'm saying?
They don't sit in here and look it up and make records. Nobody cares about that.
Perfect example.
Listen to a song. If they like it, they like it. If they don't, they don't. If they like Boom Boom Pow from the Black Eyed Peas, they like it. Even if the Black Eyed Peas wasn't real, they wouldn't care. They just like the song. So it's really, again, about just people figuring out the business.
Nothing makes sense at all. I wasn't ready to say goodbye. Didn't know it could fade so fast.
It's one of the first times I've listened to the record and not just started crying, you know what I'm saying? It's very special to me. Lost in Time was basically about the loss of my son back in January. It was just a tough time for me, and my boy Dallas Austin made me get out of the house and said, you need to come and spend some time around people who love you. You know what I'm saying? Because I went into a really dark place. It's funny how it happened because he introduced Suno to me at that time. I wasn't really familiar with it. I seen a couple things, but the stuff I was seeing didn't interest me at first, you know. But then once he showed me the capabilities of it, man, it just really touched my heart. I said, you know what? Let me see what can happen if I put this in Suno. I got about 20 different versions of it, but I kept going back to this version. I would get this tingle every time I would hear this version of it. That's really how Lost in Time came about. I think it's where exactly it needs to be, and I don't want it, you know what I'm saying, to change. I want it to stay just like that. So it's coming out. It's gonna be released. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be released, and Suno helped me do it.
대한민국에서 앞으로 저렇게 소말리 같은 애들 진짜 처리할 거니까 앞으로 대한민국에서 지랄하지 마. 알겠지? 소말리. 오케이. Put this in your next YouTube documentary. I don't know. So what do you want to talk about? Swing or not? Like, nigga gonna come up to me, bro, why you being racist to other people? He didn't try, he did. He's like, oh my god, that's a big... I never thought I would fight one. I'm probably gonna have to... Oh, you guys... Oh, you gotta get spooled. We tried to net it. Oh! Oh, he ate that sturgeon. It's down. Oh, wait, no, it's not. It's right here. It's right here. He came off. Sturgeon and just dipped. You good now? Oh, my God. I got that. I got this right here. He came off. No way. Lock him. He's coming back. No, go this way. Hold on. Can't wait to show y'all this. He's coming back. Yes, sir. No, go this way. Hold on. He didn't try. He did. He's like, oh my God, that's a big... I never thought I would fight one. I'm probably gonna have to... Oh, you guys! Oh, you gotta get spooled. We tried to net it. Oh! 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 Just say a little prayer, get your money, man, like those. Just say a little prayer, get your money, man, like those. Just say a little prayer.
Okay. Open the game in your browser, test menu, wave slider. All right, let's go. Test menu, wave slider. Let's go to 10. Start. It's crumbling. part. Browser, go test the test range you. Set the wave. 10, start, check if the drone fucks up. Alright. Now it froze when it was full size and full. No ring. Was a blue circle. Hopefully this runs. Log file does not exist. Oh my god, try again. So annoying. Okay. Saber of 1,000 truths instead of sword, so South Park can't sue me. Like how what are we doing here? What are we fucking doing here, dude? My God. I have nothing. Okay, let's start from fucking. Bro, perdón si te ofendes, güey, pero busca cuánto cuesta una propiedad allá en Caracas, güey. No mames, homie. Bro, let's get a spot, güey. Homie. Sorry, güey. Pero hay que tomar oportunidades cuando están ahí. Oh, let's go, dude. You know what, bro? Perdón por ser americano oportunista, güey. Pero te tienes que fijar cuánto van a costar las propiedades allí en Caracas, güey, donde le rompieron su madre, güey. No mames, güey. Let's get a spot, bro. Fuck. Yo. Llegaste. Alright. Perfect. Was just brushing my hair too. Hold on. Working on this fucking game.
I was just lacing up our new member on Amen.
Oh yeah? Fuck, wait. Fucked up, bro.
I know TJ called me last night. He's like, what the fuck, fool? I just saw him on Wednesday.
Hey, homie, can I tell you something, bro? That motherfucker me lo bajó, because he would buy wax off me. And then he would just buy it off TJ now, right? You know what I mean? So, I bet TJ's all sad. Oh, man.
I think it all started because I went over to TJ one day, and he's like, jam out. That's all. I'm right here, my compas. And I brought him over, and we recorded it. We wrote that one song, La de Quémala, right there on his porch. And this was just smoking out Amen, and I think that's...
Yeah, that's cool. I ain't even tripping, though. Hold on, let me just do this. Check out this game I'm making, though, bro. Alright, now I gotta go to test range. Level 10. Start test.
Oh, that's fucking tight with.
Even has little music. But I like. There's a creature, the boss at level 10 here. It spawns and the game freezes, so I need to fix that shit.
How do you do that? With just code or what?
Yeah, code, but like since I'm using AI, there it is. Game froze. Still doing it. Alright. I'm still doing it. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Yeah, bro, I said if I don't make $1 million with AI, bro, fuck, homie, I'm cursed, bro. I swear to God, wait. I'm streaming this shit, and people are like, "Oh, bro, can I play your game?" You know, and I'm like, "No way!" And so I give it to them, bro. You know what I mean? Like, part of me is all like, "Wait, don't give it." But I'm like, "Fuck, who cares?" Wait, like, make another one. This shit was fucking quick, wait. Let's make this a standalone.
Have you ever been to Red Eye? With Johnny Hits?
No, I haven't.
I have a bunch of old ass music right there. When I used to live in Salinas, when I had my first group, I took him to record hella. So he fucking shut down his studio, and then he fucking moved to a different location, and I just haven't tapped in with him ever since.
Let's see. Drone bug NF test. Not fixed. Test. Fuck it. And then let me just send that shit to myself so I can play it. Desktop.
Trip off with the studio is right behind a fucking bomb ass fucking Marisco spot with.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, drone. Simón, perdón. Cool. Oh, you know what? Okay, let's get the fuck out of here.
at voice.v3b. Said. He fell asleep. At voice.v3b. Said. At voice.v3b. Said. Wake up, 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 wake up. At voice.v3b. Said. End stream 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 end stream. At voice.v3b said. La 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 lock J Kampfensiskrubvid Kenf Jake Kaden Vod Cave Skuk Giso of Jaded Consident Vidnf Jisn J Jaden Jiskin grinning face 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 grinning face. At voice.v3b said. Grinning face skull clapping hands loudly crying face birthday cake headphone birthday cake pouting face fire grinning face with smiling eyes face with tears of joy Japan frowning face with open mouth birthday cake thumbs up face screaming in fear thumbs up white flag rainbow Japan face blowing a kiss birthday cake face blowing a kiss white flag rainbow for Japan Japan 4-leaf clover Japan fire thumbs up Japan birthday cake 4-leaf clover moai heart suit frowning face with open mouth thumbs up Japan birthday cake relieved face thumbs up face screaming in fear folded hands Japan thumbs up frowning face with open mouth smirking face moai relieved face face blowing a kiss squinting face with tongue gorilla thumbs up frowning face with open mouth 4-leaf clover face blowing a kiss relieved face heart suit folded hands 4 face screaming in fear HUD folded hands unamused face squinting face with 4-leaf clover 4-leaf clover face screaming in fear frowning face with open mouth face blowing a kiss relieved face gorilla kissing face with closed eyes kissing face with closed eyes kissing face with closed eyes smiling face with hearts unamused face black circle 4-leaf clover strawberry 4 frowning face gorilla 4 black circle. At voice.v3b. Said. Man, he's not waking up. At Shike6K. Said. My man's on it again. At Shike6K. Said. Never mind, he's asleep. At Shike6k. Said. How long has he been sleeping? At Shike6k. Said. Grenade 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 grenade. At Shike6k. Said. Grenade 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 grenade. At Shike6k. Said. Grenade 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 grenade. At Shike6k. Said. Grenade 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 grenade. At Shike6k. Said. Grenade 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 grenade. At Shike6k. Said. Grenade 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 grenade. At Shike6k. Said. Grenade 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 grenade. At Shike6k. Said. Grenade 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 grenade. At Shike6k. Said. Grenade 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 grenade. At Shike6k. Said. Grenade 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 grenade. At Shike6k. Said. Grenade 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 grenade. At Shike6k. Said. Grenade 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 grenade. At Shike6k. Said. Grenade 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 grenade. At Shike6k. Said. Grenade, 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 grenade. At K6K. Said. Grenade, 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 grenade. At K6K. Said. Grenade, 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 grenade. At K6K. Said. Grenade, 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 grenade. At K6K. Said. Grenade, 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 grenade. At K6K. Said. Grenade, 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 grenade. At K6K. Said. An egger, an egger, an egger, an egger, an egger. At K6K. Said. An egger. At K6K. Said. Grenade, 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 grenade. At K6K. Said. Grenade, 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 grenade. At K6K. Said. Grenade, 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 grenade. At K6K. Said. Grenade, 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 grenade. At K6K. Said. Grenade, 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 grenade. At K6K. Said. Grenade, 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 grenade. At K6K. Said. Grenade, 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 grenade.